The year of Trent Grisham rolls on. He's our player of the game, presented by Cotters & Co. Next Game Time brought to you by Nielsen Dodge. For the best selection of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram, visit nielsendodge.com and save today. The Nielsen way, first of 4 with Baltimore at Camden Yards, starting tomorrow night. 7 of the final 10 games of the regular season with the Baltimore Orioles. Game time, it's a national TV game, so it's 7:15. First pitch tomorrow night on the air at 6:35 with our pregame coverage. Until then, for our producer, engineer in the booth, Matt Shortis, to producer Connor Green, and for Susan Waldman and Dave Sims, Emmanuel Berbari saying so long. Once again, the final score, it's the Yankees 10, the Twins 5, and a series victory on WFAN Yankees Radio. Have a good one.
This has been the Yankees postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. ServPro, cleanup, restoration, construction, like it never even happened. Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tirrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. Borgata Casino. Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. Veg ER for Pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by General Plumbing Supply. Trust the real experts. This is WFAN Yankees Radio. This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
You deserve a car that thrills you. A car that puts goosebumps on your goosebumps. At Nissan, we've got everything from turbocharged SUVs to 100% electric vehicles that'll make your heart beat faster. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com today.
Start your engines and your savings with Roto-Rooter. Download the Roto-Rooter app for exclusive discounts. Plus, enter to win the Speed Stakes VIP Race Day experience right from the app. You pick the race. We'll cover the tickets, flight, hotel, and race day cash. Plumbing problems? Trust a team that operates like a pit crew. Roto-Rooter for fast and reliable service. Get the Roto-Rooter app now and race towards big savings and maybe even the checkered flag. Click on Speed Stakes within the Roto-Rooter app for details.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Oh, let's go.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. This NFL season has finally arrived. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Evan. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel.com/Evan. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation Event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, let's do it. Another KM to AM? Sure. Another quick one. Till 2 a.m. Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. The Yankees win. The Yankees win. The Mets lose. But we'll break it down. We'll talk about all the different things from the players and the outs and the hits and the home runs and everything in between and where we are in the standings and how many games we have left and the outlook on the American League wild card, the National League wild card, and pretty soon the clock will strike 12 and it'll be Thursday? Wow. Week 3 of the NFL, that fast, you know. Isn't that a Francesa thing? I can't believe how fast the season's going. I can't do Francesa's impression. I can't even do my own voice. I'm not under the weather. I don't know, I was just talking to E-Man. Maybe I got what Aaron Boone has. Season's changing. The allergies flaring up. You got to start taking Zysol and Claritin and Zyrtec. I took a Claritin when I was in here. Hit the eye drops. Hit the nasal spray. Hopefully that'll get me through. I just don't want to be sneezing. 888-808-1019 to the victor go the spoils. So we start with your New York Yankees who just took the series from the Minnesota Twins. Going into that series, you know, the sleep excuse came up again, and I think most of us are tired of that. No pun intended. The sleep excuse, we weren't willing to give them that get-out-of-jail-free card. But you can't deny the last 2 nights, it's looked a lot different than it did that first night. They go from being shut out to back-to-back nights putting up 10 runs, 16 hits last night, and then 12 hits tonight in the home of La Bamba squad. And I'm pretty sure the Yankees are on track to have the most home runs and beat the La Bamba squad from a few years back. That Twins team that had Miguel Sano and I think Max Kepler and some other guys on it that hit a bunch of home runs. So out there in Target Field, you know, the Yankees in this rubber match, Luis Gil versus Taj Bradley, you got to have it. And early, gang, they get on the board early. They get on the board and they score in the first inning again where you're like, okay, good. Here we go. they're awake, right? The right energy. They put up 2 in the first inning the day before, and they put up 1 in the first inning tonight. Cody Bellinger will be a theme tonight as he's 1 home run away from 30. And you think about how good Cody Bellinger has been as a Yankee. That's a guy they got to try and keep around. Anyway, as that game continues on, the Twins battle back, right? The Twins, they had some fight, man. The Twins are our besties, our pals, our BFFs that usually historically lay down for the Yankees. They had some fight this time around. And this time of year, these teams that are eliminated out of it, they will have some fight. They're not playing for anything besides playing spoiler. They're just trying to ruin your day and ruin your chances. So, they fought back. And that brings me to Luis Gil, who, I think there's a lot of conversation these last couple days now between Cam Schlittler and Luis Gil. And the conversation is around who's that Game 3 starter for the New York Yankees. Who gets the ball behind Max Fried and Carlos Rodon? And honestly, when you look at both of these games, obviously the Yankees won both games. But when you look at the box score and you see Cam Schlittler went 4 2/3, Luis Gil went 4 2/3, and they even put up a graphic, showing that, they both just went 4 2/3. Obviously, Schlittler, they had to take him out. He gave up 3 hits, 4 runs. It was really the walks that got him. And then with Gil, he got hit up 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, only 2 walks. The wild pitch got him early, but just not the greatest starts back-to-back between Cam Schlittler and Luis Gil as far as auditioning to take the ball in October. But they still will have a couple more opportunities to go out there. I'm still leaning towards Luis Gil because of the experience, because he pitched in the postseason last year. And Cam Schlittler, I don't know. I just think he's still very much a rookie. It's going to be a big stage for him, and I'm leaning towards putting him into the bullpen. Speaking of the bullpen, you got to take Gil out, and you got to go to Fernando Cruz. And Fernando Cruz threw 4 pitches yesterday before they ended up going to Ryan Yarbrough. And a lot of us yesterday were saying, what the hell is that? What's up with that? Fernando Cruz for 1 out? Yeah. And they were able to deploy him tonight. And he was great tonight. He gave up nothing. In an inning and a third, he put up zeros. He was effective. And he ends up getting the win. And then you see Devin Williams come out. And Devin Williams is on demon time. I just was watching SNY. They had the slow-mo of this scowl he had on, this just look that he had on his face. And it's kind of crazy. I was saying last night, it's funny that we've gotten to this point of the season where the roller coaster takes you up and down. And we're now getting towards the end of the ride where Devin Williams, who's blown 9 games for the New York Yankees, is somebody that you're actually confident in, somebody that you have no choice but to trust. But I was saying last night, you just know this is the setup. But whatever, I don't want to be negative. Let's just stick with the positive. I think you saw more good than bad. Devin Williams goes out there. He gives up a hit, but he strikes out 3. And like I said, that look about him, he's confident. That look about him, he's good, And the Yankees bats, speaking about Bellinger, how, Bellinger homered late to tack on, some insurance, but Trent Grisham going crazy. Trent Grisham tonight with 2 homers off Taj Bradley, getting him on that curveball in the second one. And Trent Grisham's having the season of his life. Trent Grisham is regarded as one of the best center fielders in baseball this year. Get him to October. He's a postseason performer. He's a guy that I want to see the big sleep. I want to see Trent Grisham just be cool, calm, and collected when it matters the most. He's come up with some big clutch hits. And then you mix in guys in between, and I have to speak on this guy because when the lineup came out today, you saw Jason Dominguez back in there. You also saw Caballero get the start and not Volpe. But when I saw Dominguez, I'm like, okay, they're giving Stanton some rest. It's the rubber match. Whatever, go win it. And I saw a report from Brendan Cuddy about Dominguez. Brendan Cuddy wrote, Jason Dominguez started the process of having a root canal in Boston over the weekend. Dentist will finish it back in New York. He's doing well enough to play. He got hit by a pitch tonight. He got on a base pass, stole a base. When Goldie doubled, Dominguez doubled and scored him. You got to tip your cap to a young guy like Dominguez, who hasn't been afforded the same grace as Anthony Volpe. You have to tip your cap to a guy like Dominguez, who's just stay ready. He's in the stay ready group, and he's able to go in there and compete at a moment's notice and help the team. Dominguez played well tonight. He was a bright spot tonight. 2 runs, a hit, that double, a stolen base, hit by pitch to get on. That was big, right? Late in the game with McMahon. Ryan McMahon, do something. Late in the game with McMahon, being able to drive him in, that's off of Dominguez, wearing one, and then saying, all right, you put me on, I'm going to make you pay. And, shout out to Jason Dominguez for stealing a base and then advancing to third, and then Ryan McMahon being able to single him in to put the Yankees up 8-5. Jose Caballero, another one, like Jose Caballero leads the league in stolen bases, and the guy does not play every day. And I think the Yankees decided to zig when we all thought they were going to zag. I think there was a lot of conversation about how Volpe had 2 hits, so Volpe's guaranteed to be in the lineup today. Volpe had 2 hits. He's a lock to be in. The Yankees just want to put him in there. I think the Yankees are going to play matchups the rest of the way. I think the Yankees are just going to feel this thing out. Volpe hasn't earned anything back yet, and Caballero hasn't necessarily earned anything back yet either. With Volpe in there yesterday, we saw how effective Caballero can be in a game where you got to deploy him as a pinch runner to steal a base or a player off the bench. I mean, it's good to have guys like that. It's good to have guys like Jazz Chisholm, who went 0 for 5 but made some athletic plays in the field. Him and Caballero as a tandem in the infield, they're very athletic. And I know I'm forgetting the main guy, and we're going to talk about him tonight because we have to do our job, Yankee fans. We have to push the narrative that Aaron Judge is the clear-cut MVP because there's a lot of people doing a lot of work to campaign for Cal Raleigh. So Aaron Judge just goes out there tonight and makes sure he gets on base 4 times. Aaron Judge just goes out there tonight and has 3 hits to raise his average up just a little bit. Aaron Judge is in the process of trying to win the American League batting title and hold off Jacob Wilson, young Jacob Wilson, for the Athletics out there as far as highest batting average in baseball. And I think we got to do our best to just continue to point to all of these statistical categories that Aaron Judge has over Cal Raleigh, because I get it. We are going to run into a Nikola Jokic, Joel Embiid situation. I get it. We're about to run into a Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson situation where, he plays catcher. So what? I get it. We get it. He plays catcher. Oh, they just went on a 10-game win streak. That's a team stat. Oh, they're in first place. That's a team stat. All these different things that I'm hearing, and I guess they lost tonight. All these different things that I'm hearing to, try to bolster up Cal Raleigh, that Cal Raleigh's got to be the MVP. How many home runs is it going to take? It doesn't matter how many home runs it's going to take. Judge is the MVP. Look at all the statistical categories. His batting average, his OPS. We'll go through all of them tonight. The only thing that Cal Raleigh has over Judge is home runs, runs batted in, and stolen bases. And the stolen bases is subject to change. All right, I got to take a break and blow my nose. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up at 888-808-1019. I'll say good morning on the other side. We'll be right back.
Deep ball downfield, looking for Neighbors, who makes the catch for the touchdown in double coverage.
An incredible game and ended with heartbreak in Dallas for Big Blue.
Again, this one's tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These guys battled. Dallas battled. Came down to the end.
Big Blue gets back to business for the 2025 home opener at MetLife Stadium, taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. 8:20 Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football. The Giants and the Chiefs. The home of Giants football is the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest inventory of name brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design for superior performance that stands out from the crowd. And Town Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Manny Machado broke open a 2-2 game with a grand slam in the fifth, but the Mets battled back, bringing the tying run to the plate in the ninth in the form of Juan Soto.
The 2-2 to Soto. Swinging a liner back to the mound, knocked down by Suarez, picks it up, throws to first in time, and the ball game is over. That ball was ticketed for center field.
The Padres able to escape the Mets 7-4. Howie Rose the call, Odyssey Mets Radio. Soto did blast his 41st homer. Pete Alonso, Starling Marte, Francisco Alvarez all went deep, but David Peterson continues to struggle. Gave up 6 runs in 5 innings, now a 7.59 ERA over his last 8 starts. Mets remain a game and a half up on the D-backs. Giants and Reds, both 2 back. Trent Grisham continues to amaze. 2 more homers, drove in 4 as the Yankees overwhelmed the Twins 10-5. Cody Bellinger went deep. Aaron Judge 3 hits. While Luis Gil struggled. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 walks over 4 2/3. But 4 arms combining for 4 to third scoreless with 6 Ks, and included Devin Williams striking out the side. Yankees now 4 back of the Blue Jays, 2 up on the Red Sox and the Mariners for the top wild card. And the Jets officially ruled out Justin Fields, who remains in concussion protocol, so Tyrod Taylor gets the start. As for the defense and their struggles,
big ships turn slow. All right, so, man, every day we're going to chop wood to make sure we get the way we need to get it to. And I'm not expecting this to be just the wholesale turn of events and things are just going to be like, we'll be the number 1 defense in the league. But the thing that we're going to do, we're going to focus on those things we have to do to get better.
67 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Aaron Glenn better knock it off, man. All of these different phrases and analogies, just knock it off, man. These Jets fans don't want to hear it, bro. Find a way to win. We'll get into the NFL conversation. Good morning, good morning. It is Thursday. We will get there. Let me finish my Yankees thoughts, and then I will speak on the Mets, and then we will take your calls at 888-808-1019. Again, we are streaming on YouTube. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Aday, Armin, Pam. I saw a Yankee girl left because you guys were bullying her. She left. She said, I'm not going to stand here if these are all boys. You guys are going to be mean to me. Everybody in the chat, act cool, all right? Everybody relax. Mr. Met Killer, relax. Everybody be nice. Anyway, so I didn't mention Luke Weaver yet. If you missed my open, just go back in the Odyssey app 15 minutes. But I was kind of going through, different parts of the Yankees tonight and the good that we saw. And, yeah, it's tough when Luis Gil gets in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't go deep in the game. You do have some worry about the bullpen, going to the bullpen early, but the bullpen was solid tonight. They didn't give up anything tonight. And Luke Weaver goes out there, gives up a leadoff single, but after that, he absolutely locked in, had a couple flyouts, and then a strikeout, and you're like, whoa, that's the guy we're looking for. That's the guy we're looking for is Luke Weaver back. Luke Weaver gets the hold, and Camilo Duvall, not a save situation, but the last 3 outs of the game, he went in there and looked perfectly fine to me tonight. So it's progress. It's positive. When you're playing these teams like the Twins this late in the season, this series, this soft spot in the schedule could be a trap series. They escaped the trap. when you're playing these teams like this late in the season where it matters for you and it doesn't matter for them, of course you need to come out with the wins, but you also need to be sharpening your sword. You also need to be working on your craft. You also need to be getting right. And this was supposed to be a spot for the bullpen to get right. And I think they did so tonight. 888-808-1019. Anybody else that I did not mention? Shout out to Goldie with 2 hits. Trying to leg out that last double. I don't mind it, Goldie. Hustle, go after yours. You know, Goldie's got a sneaky good batting average and OPS. Like, you kind of forget about Goldie because they'll throw Ben Rice there. But Goldie's almost hitting 280. OPS, almost 750. When you think about the year for Paul Goldschmidt for $12 million, I mean, I'm not mad at what we're getting out of Paul Goldschmidt, and maybe he's got a little more in the tank for October. Do it, old man. Oldie but Goldie. And, I don't know. I'm looking at the Yankees like, please do not have a letdown against the Baltimore Orioles here. The Baltimore Orioles, we have 7 games against coming up. And the Baltimore Orioles are another team that is, eliminated and not playing for anything besides being spoiler. But don't drop your level of compete. Go to Baltimore and be ready to bully. 888-808-1019. Now, Cam Schlittler only goes 4 2/3. Luis Heel only goes 4 2/3. It kind of reminded me of the situation that the Mets fans were dealing with for weeks with their starting pitching. I think their starting pitchers were averaging 4 2/3 innings. And on a night like tonight, where you beat up on the Padres the night before and you feel good about yourself, back-to-back wins, I had wrote in my notes last night. Sometimes I will start my notes, as soon as this show is over and I start putting things in my notes, and I'm not like making this up. Yesterday in my notes, I wrote, what version of David Peterson are we getting? Cornrow Soto is going deep tonight. He did. But the San Diego Padres will bounce back. This is a high payroll team with all-stars. This is a team with a GM that always goes for it. This is a team with World Series aspirations. They are not just going to lay down. It's all-star versus all-star snub. Nick Pivetta probably looks at David Peterson like, this guy was an all-star over me. We almost kind of forget that David Peterson was an all-star this year. We almost forget that David Peterson had outings this year where he had complete games, pitched into the 8th inning. You could argue at some points of this year that David Peterson was the best pitcher that they had, starting pitcher they had. There were points of last year where I said he was the unsung hero for what that guy did down the stretch for the Mets. But tonight is rough because they get to him early, and it's little things. And obviously you can't be perfect. And I always remember the quote from David Peterson last year when he said, everybody's pulling the same rope and nobody wants to be the guy that lets go of the rope and lets the team down. He took it very seriously. But early in this game, Tatis single, Luis Arias walk. So that's not a good start early in the game. The Padres strike first. They're able to get one on the board, which shows you, hey, different game tonight. These guys are going to fight. These guys are going to battle. They're not going quietly. And the Mets battle, too. The Mets bounce back right away. Pete Alonso homers for the 3rd straight day in a row. Pete has 36 homers on the year, looking for 40 this year. Looking for 40 and opting out and trying to get paid this year. Paid Pete, the polar bear. I see you. I see the vision. But as that game continues, Jake Cronenworth takes the lead right back. And it's clear that the Padres want to battle. It's clear that the Padres are here to play. They're playing up. This is a postseason team. This is a team right above you in the wild card. This is a team that swept you already this year. This is a team that's not trying to give any ground. And as Peterson continues to battle, he gets through 4. And then when you start the 5th inning with a hit by pitch, it kind of reminds you of the first inning where it's okay, little mistakes like that can loom large. So Jake Cronenworth hit by pitch, and then Diaz laid down a sac bunt. Tatis walks. You're giving them bases. You're giving them opportunities. You're putting guys on base. Luis Arias singles. And now you're in big trouble because here comes Manny being Manny Machado, one of the best hitters in baseball, a guy that's just cold-blooded like that, chewing his bubble gum. He goes down and gets that curveball, and it's a grand slam. He goes down and hits that one out to left field, and it's like, well, there's the game. Because as you're getting late into the game, the Mets don't usually rally, right? When you get late into these games, it's, we've said it all year. They have a glass jaw. They never have a rally in their bones. They're never coming back. They're dead in the water, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to say, however you want to phrase it. Juan Soto tried to put the team on his back tonight, though. Juan Soto hits his 41st home run, and when he hits his 42nd home run, the Mets are going to raise the banner saying Juan Soto hit more home runs as a Met than he did a Yankee. I'm sorry, I had to sneak that in there. But Juan Soto literally did try and put the team on his back. Juan Soto homers to cut the lead in half. And then later, when he had that at bat against Mason Miller, which I'm watching Mason Miller pitch, and I'm thinking to myself, this guy could have been had by the Mets or the Yankees. Mason Miller, throwing 103 miles an hour, was out there for the taking, a young guy under control. I know they gave up a lot for him, but I know Met fans got to see him up close and personal tonight in Citi Field. He's able to go out there for 2 innings. And Soto almost got to him by less than a foot. Oppo, that ball just right by the foul pole. Soto's had some close ones, some close calls in that Met uniform. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the Met uniform. 888-808-1019. But, at 6'3", you're just kind of hoping they can hold, right? You're hoping that the Mets bullpen can hold. And they do for the most part. Hamill, Soto, Helsley, and that is positive. That those guys don't completely implode against a good team. That those guys go out there and get outs. Those guys go out there. Soto ends up striking out too. Helsley doesn't give up a homer. Helsley doesn't give up extra base. You know what I'm saying? He's, I think as you're looking for those type of things down the stretch here, getting closer to the postseason, you can only hope that those guys don't give it up like they have. And then here comes Francisco Alvarez, not hurt from wearing one yesterday. He homers. So, the Mets ended up having 4 homers in this game. And it's tough because, they fought. It's tough because if you hit 4 home runs in a game, usually that's a good time. Usually that's a game that you win. But they're not able to pull it off. And Marte had the other homer. I was like, who else homered? Pete Alonso, Marte, Soto, and Alvarez. And then late in the game, Ramon Laureano homers to make it 7-4. And it just seems like it's out of reach. And, they rally a little bit late. But all in all, Soto lines out. And that's the game. And now for the Met fan that's going to the game tomorrow, you should go to bed. Quick turnaround. And for the Mets team, this is a must-win. This is a big game. And I've seen the Mets have good day games in that building. I've seen the Mets respond with quick turnarounds. But now you've got Jonah Tong on the mound, who's absolutely looking to redeem himself. Jonah Tong, who had a little bit of a moment with Luis Arias coming over to the dugout and kind of hitting his brim. And I just see this guy, and he's a boy. He's a little boy. He's a little kid, but he's got to be a man on the mound at 110 tomorrow. He's got to absolutely hold it down for the Mets. And the Mets got to find a way to beat the San Diego Padres because it's time to win series. You're running out of games. All the good vibes about winning back-to-back games You lose tonight and you lose, well, today now at 110, you lose the series, you go right back to where you were. So, my analogy for the Mets right now is to tread water. You can't go on another losing streak. You can't this, because okay, if you lose this game with Jonathan and then say you lose the opener to the Washington Nationals, you can't have another 3-game losing streak. It is so crucial to defeat the Padres here and then maybe sweep the Nationals, because in that last week of the season, you might not have to sweat so much. But I just feel like the Mets, they made you sweat because they lost 8 in a row. That's when they were absolutely sinking. But it's like they came back up a little bit, and now that you have your head above water, you just have to tread water for the last 10 games here. Yeah, for the last 10 games here, tread water and survive, and you should be in, even if it's by a half game, even if it's by a tiebreaker. This Mets team should be going to the postseason, and then we'll worry about who pitches in the postseason and who they face and where they got to go or whatever it is. They have to make the postseason. There's nothing else. They have to get in. And I don't expect them to rip off a winning streak, but you can't have another losing streak. So tread water. Win a game here against the Padres so you win a series, maybe take 2 out of 3 or sweep the Nationals. It's going to be tough to go into Wrigley and beat the Cubs. They're one of the best teams in baseball. And then the Marlins they're going to have it out for you in their building. That's their World Series. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the phones. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Shout out to everybody on YouTube watching me kind of wipe my nose, not blow my nose. Like I said, I just got hit with the allergies like crazy. I said, it's something. Boone's got something, but I'm champing it out. Carlos and Clifton back on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, Keith. What's up, my brother? I got a couple of Yankee points and just one Giants point. I know Sunday is so far past, but what I saw from tonight, I don't know if these were Booney ideas. I love that they didn't put Volpe back out there. Even after the good game he had the previous day, you still got to earn that spot. So I like that they're going to have these 2 shortstops, switching on and off. That'll keep the competition up.
Yeah, platoon.
I love Jazz. I love Jazz. Chizzy getting busy. I saw 2 of the most athletic plays, and I've watched a lot of baseball from a second baseman in my lifetime. And he did it in times that we needed, because this was Friday night's game coming back to haunt us again. These kids from the Twins, I don't know, they can hit. They weren't giving up. And, Jazz made that play at the most opportune time in the game that I felt a little good about it. And then also, I don't know if it was Booney or what, putting the ball in, even though it wasn't a safe situation, but letting him be in his fields in the 9th inning. Because this kid, he looked night and day different. Throwing 101, throwing balls by people, that might be something. If you could get that kid right, then we got the dual closers come playoff time. And then I'm just going to give you one more thing I just seen all over the place getting traction. Trade Russell Wilson to the Bengals for a 5th-round pick? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I mean, this is great for us right now. You keep Wilson playing at a high level, we could fleece somebody in the middle of the season if our season's not going right. We could fleece somebody, 5th-round pick. And I'll let you go, Keith. Have a good one.
Thanks for the call, Los. Last night I had mentioned Jameis Winston. There's rumors swirling around them both. They're both veteran quarterbacks who started games last year. Russ just put together a 450-yard, 3-touchdown game over the weekend. The Giants would not trade Russell Wilson. Jameis would be more realistic. But I also feel like the Bengals aren't going to give anything up. They did this with Jake Browning. And I didn't realize last night how long Burrow is going to be out. It's season changing. I don't know. The Bengals, they paid their 2 receivers. They obviously paid Burrow a couple years back. He goes down now, and I don't know what they're going to do, but I don't think that they're going to make a move for one of the Giants quarterbacks. I think the Giants like their quarterback room. I think they like what they have, And, I mean, I know they have Jackson Dart, and I'm glad, right? This week on the Fan has not been start Dart. Oh, you got to just go play Jackson. No, because Russ showed you he still got it in him. He could still do that. It's not going to look the same against the Kansas City Chiefs and Spags defense. I guarantee you that. Like Matt Eberflus and Trayvon Diggs and like Cowboys secondary, Kyer Elam and Wilson and I don't know, Hooker and those guys were all over the place. I think they were just asleep. They didn't have much of a pass rush up front. Whatever. We'll get to the NFL stuff a little bit later. I'm still getting these Yankee calls and Mets calls. So I'll go back to what Carlos said about Doval. I mean, I don't think we'll have a dual closer thing in the postseason, but you could have a lower leverage guy go out there and close the game, and that's Doval. But your actual closer in save situations is Bednar. But like Doval goes out there against Byron Buxton, he throws a 98-mile-an-hour cutter, swinging strike. Then he goes off speed with the slider 89, foul tip. And then he just revs it up again, 100 miles an hour with the cutter. Bye, good night. 3 pitches. And then all it takes is 3 pitches to get the next batter. Slider. Okay, here's the cutter. You put that in play, pops it up. And then Trevor Larnach strikes out swinging to end the game. And he doesn't even have to rev up his fastball to face him at all. It's just slider. So, yes, these things can build confidence in a guy like Camilo Doval. I know I had said DFA him, and they're not going to DFA him. He's under control. Like, Cashman didn't go get him to DFA him. And they really don't have any room to get rid of any of these guys. What they have to do is keep getting them work. What they have to do is keep getting them reps in these games and hope that their confidence gets right for the postseason. 888-808-1019. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay on the Fan. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Keith. Good morning. Early good morning to you. Keith, I watched the ball game tonight, and if you remember last year, Peterson came out of the bullpen. He was good in the playoffs, and this is what I'm thinking. Let Senga come back up. Senga start a game and have Peterson come in for 3-4 innings. That might work because him by himself, he keeps imploding, and there's only 10 games left. I'm sure the general manager Stearns realizes that, especially out the manager Mendoza, and it's time to get serious. I'm going to leave you with that. Have a good evening.
Thanks for the call, Phil. Are you saying to have Kodai Senga piggybacked by David Peterson or vice versa? Is that where we're thinking or going now? What if the piggyback doesn't work this weekend with Clay Shaw? I think we got to slow down. Like, it worked. It worked against the Padres 2 nights ago with Clay Holmes and Sean Manaea. David Peterson's got to be better, man. His stuff's got to be better. Can't walk guys, can't hit guys, can't leave that pitch to Manny Machado. With Manny Machado's swing, he's going down there and he's getting that. He's got to be better. I literally wrote in my notes last night, what version of David Peterson are we getting tonight? What is this team doing without David Peterson? Like, you just relying on the kids and Clay Shaw now? I don't know. Peterson goes out there tonight. He throws 85 pitches, 49 of them for strikes. Peterson goes out there tonight. He's got 3 walks. Gives up the homer. It's a grand slam. Gives up 6 runs. It puts you in a tough spot. 5 innings, 6 runs. Puts you in a tough spot for a team that's trying to win games, a team that's trying to hold off these bum-ass teams that, like, are behind you in the standings that, like, those teams, nobody wants those teams in the postseason but their fan bases, you know? Like, when you're talking about payroll, like, these are 2 high payroll teams right next to each other in the wild card standings. You got to compete. I expected the Padres to come out and compete tonight, and they did. They got the best of David Peterson. He gave up 6 runs. That's too much. Anything but a grand slam there to Machado. Can't happen. But, like, he is a starter. He is your one starter that had a complete game this year. Mendy, after the game, said, we're going to need him. And someone asked, like, is he going to make his next start? Yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah, he's making his next start. And we're going to hope that he can go 6, 7, 8 innings and not give up so many runs. And Kodai Senga, if he comes back, I don't think they're going to necessarily piggyback those guys. Peterson has come out of the bullpen before, maybe. But is that what they're going to start doing now? Stacking starters and hoping that works? What if, as I said, what if it doesn't work? What if it isn't as effective as it was 2 nights ago with Clay Shawn? 888-808-1019. Starting pitchers got to pitch. They got to hold it down. And then the bullpen's got to hold it down. And they got to hit, too. But it's not no one's going to make it easy for you. Like, the Padres are one of the better teams. Like I said, the Padres have aspirations of winning the World Series. They got good hitters. And after getting beat yesterday, it's kind of funny how it kind of flipped, right? 8-3 game, 7-4 game. And last night, the 3 runs that the Padres scored were all off of solo shots. And tonight, the 4 runs that the Mets scored were all off of solo shots. That's how it goes. But, yeah, you need Peterson. Because, like, who are your postseason starters right now? If you're taking him out of, like, you're going to go into a wild card round and you're going to plan to pitch in 3 games, David Peterson, Nolan McLean, and then maybe try and do the Clay Holmes, Sean Manaea tag team piggyback? Jonah Tong is out. He's too young. He's just a boy. Brandon Sproat, maybe, but I just think that's wild, yo. I just think that's crazy for a team with this much talent, this much money spent, this many proven postseason performers to, like, let a game. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. 888-808-1019. Met fans, call me up. Tell me what you're thinking. I think that you need a great performance out of them at 110. It's a quick turnaround. I think the bats will be there. Can Jonah Tong against this Padres lineup have a bounce-back performance and hold them down for at least 4 innings? It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. He's like, you come out of the gate facing Fernando Tatis Jr., Luis Arias, Manny Machado. Like, it could be, I don't know, it could be a bad day. And then even as you get lower in their lineup, Jackson Merrill and Jake Cronenworth. Candelita hasn't done anything in there. But no, you need to take this series. Because if you don't take this series, then the Nationals, who beat you in Nationals Park, they come into your building and they want to play spoiler. I remember them trolling the Mets, right? When they took 2 out of 3 from the Mets in Nats Park, and I think it was a Sean Manaea pitch game and a Kodai Senga pitch game. The National social media team came out there and said the best thing about LOL Mets is the 2 L's. And they were laughing and trolling. They're not going anywhere, not doing anything, but to take a series from the Mets that are trying to get to the postseason, trying to avoid this epic collapse, they're here to play spoiler. So I think you gotta beat the Padres, because that's a morale thing anyway, right? Before you go into the postseason, hey, we just took 2 out of 3 from the Padres. We can take 2 out of 3 from whoever we face in the wild card. And like I said, I think Soto right now is trying to put the team on his back. Didn't Soto have a play from the outfield to put out from him? He threw somebody out. I think he threw Arias out at second base. Yeah, he threw Arias out at second base before the run could score. He kind of, I think, deked him, like jogged towards the ball and then fired it in. Soto's playing well. Soto is trying. I even liked after the game, they asked Soto about him tying his career high. And he said, we didn't get the job done, so, it's whatever. He wasn't going to celebrate. I don't know. I've heard Soto many times talk about himself and his accolades. He's not on that tonight. He talked about, we're trying to go all the way. It is what it is for me, but we lost the game. So good to see Juan Soto kind of grow and learn how to talk to the media here in New York, and then also just doing what he can at the plate. I even heard him say, he missed one in his second at bat, and he's like, yo, don't miss it. Be on these pitches. So expect Soto and Alonso. Like, those guys usually have a good turnaround the next day. Like, I've seen Alonso and Lindor, those guys, like, they come to the ballpark ready to play for these early games. So we got that coming up. Also coming up, some football conversation. Yankee fans on hold. I see Moose, David, everybody in the chat. I'll get to you. We'll keep the conversation going around the Yankees and the Mets, and then we'll definitely get to the football in the 1 o'clock hour, as I've got some thoughts around Tyrod Taylor facing the Bucs. Justin Fields has been ruled out, and now you've got a Giants team that is going to be on display for the world to see, the standalone Sunday night football game, the opener in their building, and it's a tough one. And it's only going to get tougher down the stretch here to win games. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Deep ball downfield, looking for Neighbors, who makes the catch for the touchdown in double coverage.
An incredible game ended with heartbreak in Dallas for Big Blue.
Again, this one's tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These guys battled. Dallas battled. Came down to the end.
Big Blue gets back to business for the 2025 home opener at MetLife Stadium, taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. 8:20 Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football. The Giants and the Chiefs. The home of Giants football is the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Come out to Yankee Stadium to see the New York Yankees in action on Tuesday, September 23rd, when the Yankees host the Chicago White Sox. Don't miss a long-time Yankee Stadium tradition. Yankees Cap Night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees cap, courtesy of Cannon. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and White Sox on Yankees Cap Night, Tuesday, September 23rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour, coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
I just spent the whole break sneezing and blowing my nose, man. You know, as soon as the seasons start to change, I always have terrible seasonal allergies. I got everything on deck. Flonase, Zyzol, Zyrtec, everything, Afrin. I don't know, man. I wish there was a way to just like take a shot and cure like seasonal allergies, because I'm not sick. It's just a seasonal allergy type of thing where it comes over you. And I didn't feel like this earlier today. I honestly didn't feel like this until probably like 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. And it makes it tough. I just had the thought too, like I'm on video and everybody in the YouTube chat is telling me like drink ginger and lemon. And I'm like, I'm not sick. People like feel better. I'm like, I feel fine. It's just a sinus thing. And I know the digital team is probably going to clip something that I say and then put it on social media, and I'm going to have this like balled up tissue in my hand while I'm trying to talk about David Peterson and Kodai Senga not piggybacking him and like wire. I don't know. Anyway, with the Mets, they made their bed. They're lying in it. David Stearns, this is what you set up for him. You're only going to go as far as the day's starting pitcher goes, right? You're really only as good as today's starting pitcher. And if Jonathan goes out there and the lights are too bright for him, the sun is too bright for him, the stage is too big for him, and he folds like he did last Friday, like that's not good. But that's the situation that you've created. Tyler McGill never came back. Frankie Montas got hurt. Kodai Senga got sent down. You are where you are at this point, and I don't know. I think that's just crazy to, as a GM, bank on kids. And like this, they're already in the postseason. Every game they play has a postseason feel to it because there's stakes attached to it for the Mets. So, I don't know. I think if you lose this series and the way you look at the Mets schedule, like to look at the Mets lose 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 straight series, and then you've got 3 series left, and most likely you'll have to win those series. Like I remember taking a screenshot of September and putting it on Twitter and saying, how many of these series do you think the Mets are going to win? I think the only one we looked at as a lock was the Nationals. And I said, that spells a problem for their chances to make the postseason. You can't lose out the rest of the way. You can't lose every series. And not only did they lose, like they lost to the Reds, got swept by the Phillies, lost to the Rangers. Now here comes the rubber match against the Padres. Can't lose to the Nationals. And like I said, it's going to be tough to go to Chicago and beat the Cubs. They've got too many good players and good pitching and like good manager and all that. I don't know. I want the Mets in it because I want us to have that. I want New York to have that. I want the fan to have that. Both of us are destined now for the wild card round. So it's just better when New York is in it. 888-808-1019. It's just better to have the Yankees and the Mets playing in the wild card round. These football teams are cooked, bro, and I'll talk about that in a minute. It sucks. It honestly sucks to get all hyped up for football season, to have this hope and this promise, to be sold a dream on both sides. Aaron Glenn, I said Aaron Glenn enough with the words, bro. Like now Aaron Glenn has to, come up with these different words and phrases and analogies. You've heard it from every other Jets coach, and we just want to see how they come out and play. And last week's game set them back. All the goodwill from the moral victory in the first week. I don't know what to expect now going down to Tampa with the Bucs. And same thing with the Giants. Like the Giants are looking at 0-3 because you're facing a Chiefs team. They haven't won a game since the AFC Championship. They're hungry for a win. They can smell a win. And Andy Reid has been to Giant Stadium plenty. And Spags as well. And I just think that they're going to look at what the Giants did last week and be able to counter it. And, this is New York where it's tough. Like, your home fans can work against you. Giants fans are going to be pumped up Sunday for Sunday night football and to be in their own building. But if they come out there and lay an egg, fans start booing. Fans start getting nasty. Players can hear you, and I don't know, it could turn. So we'll see. We'll get to it. But let's get to these calls. Moose is in Jamaica. What's up, Moose? You're on the fan.
Here, Keith. What it do?
What's up, man?
Chilling. So, yeah, quickly on the Yankees. I was looking at the standings, and the only possible way we win the division is if we go 8-2 in the rest of these 10 games, which is totally possible. But the Blue Jays would have to go 3-7, so we'd be one game better than their record. But considering the
division is over, Brody.
Jays have,
we're not even talking about winning the division. We're not even talking about a bye anymore. I think at least now it's Thursday. We kind of knew that 2 days ago. The Blue Jays, all they do is win. All they do is rally back and find ways to win. Did they lose tonight? Because they just always come back.
They did.
They did lose 2-1 today. Wow, would you look at that? But still, we don't. We don't. They own the tiebreaker. We don't have enough time.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, but a man can dream. Quickly on the Mets, I believe I expected the Mets to lose today, and I do see them winning tomorrow because of that jet lag sort of time differential, 1 p.m. start for a West Coast team that's probably waking up in the morning the time the game starts. So their biological clocks might be off, but this is a natural occurrence for athletes. But considering the starter for the Padres, Randy Vasquez, former Yankee, in the Soto deal, how ironic they're going to probably face each other tomorrow, but I don't know if that's irony because it's different teams. But so, yeah, I kind of expect the Mets to bounce back, but they really need to sweep, like you said, Keith, they need to sweep the Nationals because the rest of the schedule is a little more daunting. That's all I really have to say. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Moose. Yeah, I'm out on the division. The division, I honestly think once they drop that first game of the back-to-back games, they couldn't sweep the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball, and then they dropped the first game of the Twins series, and that was it. That was it. And it is what it is. The Blue Jays have owned them, and the Blue Jays, like I said, they rallied to come back and win in the ninth inning on Saturday. Good for the Blue Jays. Like, congrats. But I think there's a storyline here where the Yankees, whether they get the Red Sox or the Astros in the wild card at Yankee Stadium, right? I expect the Yankees to have that top wild card and host the 3-game wild card for the first time in the Bronx. Whoever they get, they handle. Call me up with your thoughts on who should pitch and when. If it's me, I'm rolling out Max Fried game 1. And I don't care if that's against Garrett Crochet or if that's against Framber Valdez. Like, I'm rolling out Max Fried game 1. Now, if you win or lose game 1, that can change what you do in game 2, right? If you lose game 1 and you need a must win, I think most people would think you're putting Carlos Rodon out there. But I understand the logic of throwing someone out. Now, Will Warren, no, I don't think Will Warren gets a start. But the debate is between whether you put Cam Schlittler or Luis Gil there. I'm leaning towards Luis Gil because last year he pitched in the postseason. And I also was talking about how, he's fresh. How Cam Schlittler, I think, is going to hit a little bit of a late rookie wall here. And how Gil, he was shut down for most of the season. But I think my 3 pitchers are Fried, Rodon, Gil. And if you want to save Rodon for the potential rubber match, game 3, do or die, go for it. But I just think it's you pitch Fried game 1. I think I was listening to Evan and Tiki, and somebody might have suggested kind of like, maybe it was a caller, almost suggested like conceding the loss to Garrett Crochet. Like, dude, like there's no way you could beat Garrett Crochet. No, you go best on best. You go Max Fried versus Garrett Crochet. It would be Garrett Cole. Wish we had Garrett Cole. Could you imagine? If we had Garrett Cole, it'd be Garrett Cole, Max Fried, Rodon next year. But, I expect this postseason guys like Trent Grisham to perform, Cody Bellinger to perform. Oh, how will the Yankees ever pivot and replace the production of Juan Soto, Keith? Fairly easily. When you just look at what Trent Grisham and Cody Bellinger have done in that same outfield. And then when you add in a Ben Rice, you add in a Paul Goldschmidt. Like, as much as we went back and forth on the pivot and plan B, and, I think a lot of us, myself included, our judgment was clouded by we only got back to the World Series the 1 year this guy was on the team. How do we get back to the World Series without him? Well, it's a different year. And honestly, it's a different team and a deeper lineup. And, they could be a real threat. Add Jazz Chisholm having the best year of his career. The Yankees don't miss Juan Soto's homers, runs batted in, walks. Obviously, the tandem of him and Judge, where any pitcher has to face them in the first inning starting a game is crazy. But, even just Grisham at the top of the lineup, Rice, Judge, Belly, the Yankees have a lot of good hitters. The Yankees have a tough lineup for whoever they end up facing. And Judge got to turn it on. You know what? we won't know who the MVP is until after the postseason, but wouldn't it be something if they snub Judge of the MVP and Judge actually goes crazy, goes MVP this October and carries the Yankees, to the World Series? Who knows? Who knows? David is in Lakewood, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, David?
Yeah, how are you? A couple things, but let's start with Judge. So I was listening to MLB Network today and the radio, and they were saying that Cal Raleigh is the
We're losing you, David. Your signal is breaking up. If you want to try and relocate, you're coming in choppy. I'm not going to hang up on you, but I listen to MLB Network. I watch MLB Network. I don't really listen to the MLB Network radio station on Sirius, but I know everyone from Dan Plesac to, what's her name, Danny Wexelman, and even Harold Reynolds have been campaigning for Cal Raleigh. Mark DeRosa. They all have been... David, are you there? I'm like, we're getting the cricket sound effects. Where are you at? You're in Lakewood outside?
Oh, by the way,
you
whatever.
Stepped outside?
I actually think you have the best show of anybody on the Fan.
Agreed.
Back to...
Oh, bro. You're out there in the woods of Lakewood. You're out there deep with the crickets, man. You tried to go outside to get a better signal. I can hear the crickets better than you.
Here, give me a second. Let me try. Yes, I was just saying that any manager prefer Aaron Judge over Cal Raleigh.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. We can get by. Look at the Yankees situation
MVP
at catcher.
doesn't mean that you play the best in your position.
We've played J.C. Escara at catcher this year, and there's a lot of people talking about how Cal Raleigh is not actually the platinum glove catcher that he once was. His metrics are down this year behind the plate.
Yeah, but even if he was, it's not on what position you play. It's what does the manager want? The manager wants Aaron Judge.
No, it's value. It's the most valuable player. Who adds the most value?
Also, back to the bullpen, I think I really started enjoying Duvall the way he's been playing recently.
Well, just tonight, because he was terrible. He was terrible coming in to clean up Luke Weaver's mess.
More and more.
He's got the stuff. That's the thing. Like, this is a guy that throws 100 miles an hour. When he can put the ball in the zone and throw strikes, like his fastball slider combo is deadly, but he can also be wild.
Yeah, but I'm saying he hasn't been getting the strikeouts recently, but I'm saying tonight he did, but he's definitely been getting the weak ground balls and stuff like that.
They got to fix him. I think there's something to be said, too, about like the pitch comm. Remember there was a pitch comm issue because I forget. Well, it was in the Astros series. The Spanish-speaking pitch comm, they only had one, and there was an issue there. And I mean, he only throws 2 pitches. They should be able to get through that. But yeah, I think this team needs. Woo, thanks for the call, David. Damn. I think this team needs Camilo Duvall to find it down the stretch here, because that's what they went and got him for at the deadline. Like. That was the last move at the deadline, the buzzer beater. I remember being like, yo, what? I was pumped up to, my whole thing with it was Devin Williams is not the closer. Luke Weaver also is not the closer. And I felt like Cashman went out and solved that problem by getting Bednar and Duvall. And I was like, one of them is going to grab this thing by the horns. One of them is going to figure it out. Bednar became that guy. The figuring out process continues for Camilo Duvall. I don't know. We're not going to always be able to throw him like we threw him tonight, where the game is a 5-run game, and we just need him to go out there and be himself for the last 3 outs. Like, we need this guy to pitch in high leverage in a tie game or a game where we have a 1 or 2 run lead and pitch the way that he pitched. I don't know how to get into his mind, his psychosis, his mental state to be like, yo, dude, the same way that you were used to doing that, like, do that same thing for 3 hitters in the 7th. But I think that they're working on some things here. I think maybe they might be moving Luke Weaver back further. Maybe instead of Luke Weaver coming out before Devin Williams, it's after, like it was today. Like I said, Devin Williams looks like he's like mad. Like I used to say he was soft as baby S. Like the way he looked tonight, I'm like, he's pissed off. He's got like a scowl. He's looking. I'm like, who's he mad at? So whatever, all good. Continue. But yeah, as far as Cal Raleigh and Judge is concerned, there's a quote that's floating around on MLB Twitter, and the quote is, "If you drop Cal Raleigh's OPS by 180 points, he'd be average. If you dropped Aaron Judge's OPS by 180 points, he'd be Cal Raleigh." Keith McPherson on the Fan with 1 hour to go. Big shot of the night coming up next. Dial 888-808-1019. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 1019 FM.
You got to ramp up your defense. You got to get them all over the opposing quarterback. And I know it's easier for me to say this after the fact and fans to feel this way after the fact, because if you do blitz and you do expose one of your defensive backs and CeeDee Lamb's running for a touchdown, you're going to get screamed at either way.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Oh,
What are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. David Peterson, unable to keep the momentum going for the Mets, served up a Manny Machado grand slam, tagged for 6 runs over 5 as the Padres down the Mets 7-4. Peterson's struggles continue, sporting an ERA of 7.59 over his last 8 starts.
When he's at his best, he's getting a lot of ground balls. He's inducing weak contact. He's using all of his pitches. When he's ahead, he's able to get swing and misses with the secondary pitches, and we haven't seen that here for quite a bit. So, we got to get him right.
4 solo shots for the Met runs. Starling Marte, Francisco Alvarez, Pete Alonso, and Juan Soto is 41st. D-backs lost, Giants and Reds won, so Mets a game and a half up on Arizona, 2 on both the Giants and the Reds. Meanwhile, Trent Grisham's monster year, no end in sight.
And a pitch to Grisham, drive to right. It's hit well. Warner just turns, looks, it's gone. 3-run homer. Trent Grisham, 6-2 lead for the Yankees. His second home run in as many at-bats. He is having just a spectacular season.
33 homers now. He knocked in 4 in all as the Yankees ripped the Twins 10-5. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Cody Bellinger also homered. Aaron Judge, a 3-hit night. Bombers overcoming a rough night for Luis Gil. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 walks over 4 2/3. Yankees now within 4 games of the Blue Jays, hold the 2-game lead on both the Mariners and the Red Sox for that top wild card. And it'll be Tyrod Taylor for the Jets Sunday against the Bucs. Justin Fields officially ruled out, still in concussion protocol. 67 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Welcome.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city. New York City's got a bunch of big shots. And this guy's having the biggest year of his career. Trent Grisham, you're a mean one. Mr. Grish. Merry Grishmish. I mean, this guy goes out there tonight and rocks Taj Bradley. He hits 2 homers. He's got 4 ribbies. And he just does it in a way that is just so unexpected. Like, he's got power. He's got 33 homers on the year. But every time he does, it's just like, boop, there's another one. He's going to get paid. Somebody's going to pay him. Because Trent Grisham this year, in his last 50 games, he's got 16 home runs. He's the first MLB player on any team to have a 50-game span with plus 15 home runs. And no other extra base hit since Mickey Mantle in 1958. He's just trying to hit the ball out. And that little choppy left-handed swing, you got to love it. So Someone put out today, Aaron Judge, Trent Grisham, and Cody Bellinger have 110 home runs. And that's why I kind of joked, how will the Yankees ever replace Juan Soto's production? Trent Grisham was already on the team. We just didn't know that if he played every day, he wouldn't be a 190 hitter with 15 home runs. What an incredible year for Trent Grisham as a New York Yankee with a 240 average, 825 OPS, playing great center field and, hitting home runs every week. This guy's going to have 35 homers. Belly's going to have over 30 homers. The Yankees are going to have a bunch of guys over 20 homers. They have it, man. The lineup is there. I so badly want them to just catch fire. I so badly want to see them just take this us against the world approach, tighten up here, and when we get into the new season that is the postseason, just go on a run. 888-808-1019. We will get to the football in this hour, but I still have calls on the Yankees, on the Mets. Let's get to them. Greg is down in the A in Atlanta. Greg, you're on the Fan in New York.
Well, Mr. McPherson, always a pleasure to listen to your gospel at this church setting, because you always preaching it like it needs to be preached. But hey, first of all, I just first want to say kudos to your Yankees. They're showing grit. They're grinding it out. I'm a Mets fan, but I got to give props where they're due. Now, let me get started with the Mets here. Now that I complimented the Yankees, because hey, got to give the credit where it's due. But check this out. It was like an accident unfolding. You can see it with Peterson. Peterson reverted back to the Peterson of last year, not the postseason Peterson. I'm saying prior to him really excelling. He started to go back to nipping corners, and he wasn't attacking hitters. And for the life of me, bases loaded, 3-2 count, you can't be up there throwing some secondary crap to a professional hitter like Manny Machado. I'd rather see him throw a fastball. And then just say, okay, he got my best pitch. But that wasn't his week. Him.
Before you let him get all four with a grand slam. Yeah,
I agree.
He hasn't been good. He hasn't been good in a month more.
Yeah. But doesn't that speak more to Mendoza as well? Because as a fan, I'm watching it with my brother, and we're just seeing this thing unfold. And we're like, I can't believe he just hit somebody. Then he walked somebody. I'm like, they ain't gonna pull this guy? And we just sit there and then the base blood said this isn't good.
No, because I feel like they just they stay stuck on this this guy's a good pitcher. Oh, well, we depended on him last year. It's in there. And it's no. Last year has nothing to do with right now. You need to manage off of what you're seeing in the moment, not what you saw in the past.
Agreed. Now, would it be all fair that some criticism has to go towards Mendoza, because we've seen this. I think what I'm trying to say is there's been so many games where there's been hit batsmen and it just snowballs. There's been games where there's 2 consecutive walks and it snowballs. And it's almost like I feel like Mendoza's right there in the living room with me watching a game where I see the guy shook. He's like, okay, I think this guy, he's pitching good. Let me get my bullpen going.
He trusts his guys.
I don't get that vibe from him.
Yeah, I don't know. And he's made so many wrong decisions with the bullpen. He's in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot. Do I go yank my starter for somebody like Soto to come out of the pen? Or he went to Hamill tonight, which actually worked for an inning. Dom Hamill came in and did the job. But I think he believes in his guys almost to a fault. I'm looking at David Peterson's numbers. He hasn't had a good, solid outing since Atlanta, really Washington, right? That national start where he went 8 innings, 4 hits, 1 run.
He's not attacking with his fastball. He's depending more on secondary stuff. That's how these guys get burned. Here's my thing. I don't have an issue if you give up a home run. If you knew, when they interview you, say, hey, that was my best pitch. What I caught in the post game, him talking about, I threw my best pitch and he went down there and get him. Like, dude, that is not your best pitch. That's a cop-out. That's what I preach about the Yankees.
82 mile an hour curveball in the bottom middle of the zone. It's Manny Machado. Like I said, Manny Machado's swing, he's on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And like I said, I know you got other callers. But I wanted to say as well was that that's the thing. That's the thing that chased me is watching him and hearing that excuse, because that's one thing I appreciate about the Yankee players. If they didn't pitch well or they made a bad pitch, they admit it. There's almost like deniability with some of these Mets players, and that's what frustrates me. But Keith, thanks again for taking my call, sir. Always an enjoyment. Keep preaching that gospel. You got the best show in WFAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, I don't know. I remember seeing David Peterson come out with that Kobe Bryant Black Mamba glove and get rocked. And I was like, that's not Mamba mentality. That's not Kobe-like. Forget what game that was. He hasn't been good, bro. He's been shaky as hell. I think that might have been against Miami. Yeah, it was that Miami game. He gave up 8 hits, 8 or he got smacked. I don't know. Mets fans will tell you a few years back you had no faith in David Peterson at all. So here we are, man. Down the stretch of this season, you need this guy to be ace-like, and it's not there. And now we're talking about coming out of the bullpen and having him piggyback Kodai Senga, who was an opener for you out of the post in the postseason last year. I guess, but like to me, that's not a bold strategy, Cotton. That's not a bold strategy to go into the wild card game and say, we're gonna take 4 of our starters and we're gonna mash them up. We're gonna tag team back again. We're gonna go Clay Shawn and I haven't thought of what Kodai Senga and David Peterson. Co-David. It's right there for you. Clay Shawn and Co-David. There we go. That's game 1 and game 2 for your New York Mets in the wild card round. I don't think anybody's going to be so fired up about that. Like, the postseason brings the most nervousness. It brings the most worry, and like to go into a series like that when everybody's pitching their aces and their best. You deserve better, man. You deserve better. Josh is in the Bronx on the Fan with us. What's up, Josh?
It's awesome, baby. Keith, I'm telling you, ever since the drive program with Evan and Tiki with that tag team thing, look, you know what? It's going to come down to the Cubs and the Florida Marlins. I was telling Fleeks about that. Those last 6 games, man, look, the Nationals, it's in the bag, yada, yada.
I don't know. That. I wouldn't say the Nationals, it's in the bag. Like, you got to still go out there and beat them. They just beat them in D.C.
But it's like you say, if the make it happen, Mets don't make it happen, Keith, man. That's,
It's all-time bad. The whole world is going to be drinking Met fan tears. Thanks for the call, Josh. And, I've kind of come off of it because I don't want to see it. I actually started thumbing through my receipts, and I'm like, oh, no. I actually started taking people out. I'm like, there's some people that don't even have the followers or the name where I'm not going to I'm not going to shoot at them. But as I really started combing through my notes and some of the talk from Mets podcasters, radio hosts here at WFAN, Met fans on Twitter that think that they're popular and cool. And when they got Juan Soto and they signed Pete Alonso and they got into some of the proclaiming, some of the conversation around World Series, Big Brother, what the Yankees lost, what the Mets are now, how us Yankee fans are salty and coping and all this. I'm like, yo, I don't want to be this guy. I already get it enough. I'm like, if the Mets miss out on the postseason and I unload this clip, it's going to be a whole day. It's going to be a whole day of me just flaming people. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to help my brand. I don't think that's going to help my show. I don't think that's just going to make people like, I hate this guy. So I don't want that. I want us to say, there it is. Back-to-back postseasons. The Mets have done it. Juan Soto put the team on his back down the stretch. Lindor came alive. Pete Alonso, the younger guys like Vientos and Beatty and I don't want to be laughing and trolling and making fun of the Mets organization and Mets. I tried to chill, even going back to thinking about David Peterson in that Miami Marlins series. I went to that series. I was reading Goodnight Yankees to my son tonight. My son, I tried to tell him while we were in Citi Field, this is not Yankee Stadium. We're reading the Goodnight Yankees book. He's seeing Yankee Stadium. He said, I met Blippy there. I said, no, you met Blippi and Queen, but I'm not going to go back and forth on it, son. It is what it is. You'll learn the difference between the Mets and the Yankees one day, but the Mets did such a solid for me, bringing me down VIP to meet Blippi for my son. I'm like, I don't want to be this guy. Please let the Mets make the postseason. Let's avoid all of this. If they lose in the postseason, then that just is what it is. Like, there's no shame in losing in the wild card round. A ton of shame if you have a $340 million payroll. You signed a $765 million player who in his press conference talked about growing a dynasty, liking what the Mets are doing over there, feeling like going to Queens from the Bronx gave him a better future and a better chance to win. And people ate it up and ran with it and laughed at Yankee fans and trolled Yankee fans, said the pinstripes don't matter anymore. All that roll call, bleacher creature, Monument Park nonsense that you guys love and worship, Juan Soto scoffed at that. He laughed at that. I'm telling you, I got all the receipts. I don't want to bring them back to the surface. There's people that should be deleting some of the stuff that they were saying from November, December, January, February, even March, April, like as we got into the season. Because if you can recall, the Mets had the best record in baseball, I think, in June. Like the Mets came out of the gate with the best home field advantage in baseball. The Mets had MVP'd. Pete Alonso performing like an MVP, and the narrative was wait until Juan Soto turns it on. Juan Soto didn't turn it on until June because he was trying to make the All-Star team. But Lindor actually didn't have a slow April, slow start. You know, the Mets had it going out of the gate where you did believe all the conversation about, okay, no, like this year the Mets are going to be contenders. They had the lowest ERA in baseball. The pitching lab, we couldn't believe what Griffin Canning was on. It wasn't that long ago, I recall. And the ship has sank. And now the Mets have to just stay afloat. They have to tread water. If you go 500 the rest of the way, you're most likely in. Like I said, these garbage teams chasing you, they're laughing because they're like, this is not where we expected to be. But this is how they changed baseball. This is how they changed the postseason format, which also changes the trade deadline because it's like now when you're looking at it, the San Francisco Giants are 2 games back. The Cincinnati Reds are 2 games back. The Arizona Diamondbacks are a game and a half back. The Cincinnati Reds payroll, probably not even half of what the Mets is. The Diamondbacks sold off Eugenio Suarez, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor. San Francisco Giants sold off Camilo Doval, Tyler Rogers, some other pieces. These teams weren't expecting to compete. These teams at the trade deadline, like I think the San Francisco Giants were like 7 out. So it's a long season, man. All I'm saying is I want the Mets. I genuinely want the Mets to make the postseason because the postseason is supposed to be the best of the best. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded away some of their best players. You don't want to see them get in it. You want to see Juan Soto perform in it. You want to see Lindor and Soto perform in it. And David Stearns, it's going to be loud as hell for you, bro. It's going to be loud as hell for you, bro, because you decided that you didn't want to spend on pitching, and you keep preaching developing pitching, but it seems like you're thrusting these kids into this position. One of them seems worthy of that position, Nolan McLean. One of them seems ready to go. Let's see what Sproat can do, because Sproat did have like a little bit of a no-no against the Red. Like Sproat's been decent here, but he's the last one to come up. And Jonah Tong, his last start, he barely got started. He was in over his head. So let's see what he does. But like if that game gets crazy today at 110, because Jonah Tong can't get outs against this Padres lineup, it's going to be tough. The Nationals, the Cubs, the Marlins, like Mets fans are going to have to sweat it out every game. And just a little bit of a losing streak here, you're in trouble. A streak is 3. If you have a 3-game losing streak here, you're in trouble. If you lose against the Padres today and then drop that first game of the Washington Nationals series, anything could happen. 888-808-1019. Steve is in Valley Stream on the Fan next. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Keith. How's it going? Great show. Great show. First of all, I want to compliment you we gave you an award. Our program gave you an award a couple of weeks ago, and you were so gracious and kind to all the kids that were there. So thank you for that, and congratulations on that and all the great work that you do.
Of course.
But I'm in Minnesota, and I'm a big Vikings fan, and I do community work here once a year. So I planned it out where the Vikings, I see the home opener, and then the next day the Yankees had next 3 days, they had a 3-game series against the Twins. So I'm going into Minnesota before I do my work thinking that we're going to win, and obviously the Vikings lost big time. They lost J.J. McCarthy. So I figured sitting there Sunday night, well, I got the Yankees the next night, and then they lose 7-0, get 2 hit, but they picked it up the last 2 games. So the question I have for you is that I was fortunate enough to sit on the third base side in Minnesota, which was great. The fans were into it all 3 games. It was really good atmosphere. But I saw Ahmad Rosario sitting kind of away from everyone. My question to you is that where does he fit in their plans and in the postseason? Because he only has 23, 24, 25 at-bats, and it seems like they have to get him into the fold to have that more depth in the bench. What do you think?
First off, Steve, thanks for calling. Thanks for sharing the story, and also appreciate you guys from the Chapters Network. The Lifetime Achievement Award. You guys blessing me with that. Even at my young age and the young part of my career, it was an honor, and it was a great day. Thank you for the call. I'll take it from here. Let's start with Ahmed Rosario, and then, you've queued me up to get into football, and then we'll get into the break. So Ahmed Rosario, it's weird because when they got him, I honestly was thinking, this is before Jose Caballero was a thing, but I honestly thought Ahmed Rosario was supposed to be the veteran that challenged Volpe. If you remember, I was probably one of the first people on WFAN, if not the first, saying, how did Volpe win the job? He won the job competing. Iron sharpens iron. Everybody should have a little fear that they could lose their job, that somebody is coming for their spot, right? No one should be as comfortable as Anthony Volpe at 22, 3, 4 years old, that I'm just the shortstop of the Yankees. There's nobody here to challenge me. There's no shot of me being sent down. So I thought Ahmed Rosario, coming from the Nationals, was potentially a veteran that could push him in practice, batting practice, fielding practice, whatever. And then I remember being on air and looking up that, Ahmed Rosario did play, I think, maybe 2 games at shortstop for the Nationals this year. But Ahmed Rosario is Unc. Right, and I literally call him Uncle Ahmed. I'm like, oh, he's got Unc vibes, and he brings that Unc type energy. He hit that homer in Fenway, and for Steve, who's out there in Minnesota, to say that he noticed he was sitting away from everybody, that's kind of concerning, because this is a guy that's in the end of his career. This is a guy that definitely wants to play. And when he first got here, he was bringing a lot of cheerleader, rah-rah, pump-up vibes where he was outside of the dugout, hooting and hollering. And you're not seeing that as much anymore. And this is back-to-back games where the Yankees hit home runs, scored 10 runs, 12 hits last night, 16 hits the night before. You would think that you'd see Ahmed Rosario kind of hooting and hollering and celebrating. That has worn off. I wonder if he felt like him hitting that home run would buy him some more opportunities, especially against these lesser teams, right? We're not playing against the Red Sox, but maybe they're waiting. Now, he was brought in because of his numbers against lefties, right? The Yankees struggled against lefties. So this gives them an option off the bench against left-handed pitching. He'll, I think, get his opportunity. He's not going to get that many opportunities, but he'll get an opportunity coming up. I think he deserves a start. If Austin Slater can start, Austin Slater is another guy that they got to hit lefties. If Austin Slater can hit the IL, miss a couple weeks, come back and start right away, they got to find an opportunity for Ahmed Rosario. But I think they look at Ahmed Rosario as a guy that just, I don't know, he's a bench guy. And there's no room for him. And who are you sitting down in favor of playing Ahmed Rosario. He can play the outfield as well, but even like a day like today, are you putting him in over Jason Dominguez? No, Dominguez was great today. Dominguez had some big moments today. Are you putting him in to spell, Judge? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I literally wasn't thinking about Ahmed Rosario. I'm literally going through the motions right now. Like, what? He's a third baseman. He got the start on Sunday Night Baseball at third base. But when you watch Ryan McMahon play third base, nobody should be playing third base besides Ryan McMahon. We can deal with the strikeouts because that guy over there, what was the term Booney used? It's like he's slipping into a warm bath. Hey, yo, I don't know. But basically saying how, playing the hot corner is like a hot bath for the guy. He's comfortable. No pressure at all. Like, he made a play tonight where he came off the dirt. His feet were in the grass. And he just took one pat of the ball, looked at first base, fired it on a rope to Goldie. And I'm like, bro, what? Also, he's so good at third base, his range to his left, that helps Volpe or Caballero. So, I don't know. Ahmed Rosario, I think, was insurance. Ahmed Rosario, I think, is strictly a bench player. And he'll get his opportunities in the postseason. I always joke about, like, the Yankees having to go to, like, Jose Trevino or Oswaldo Cabrera, or even if we go back some years, having to go to Mike Ford. Like, this year, depending on who we face and who comes out of the bullpen for whatever team, the Astros, the Red Sox, even advancing and most likely running into the Toronto Blue Jays, Ahmed Rosario get his opportunities in those games in a pinch hit situation. 888-808-1019. Now, you said, Steve, you went out to Minnesota to see the Vikings play. And you're about to see Carson Wentz play. And something I've been saying on the Fan for years is if you don't have two quarterbacks, you won't have one. You know how the old saying used to be, oh, if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one? No. Not like having two quarterbacks competing for the job. I'm talking about you need a QB1 and a QB2 because QB1 is going to go down in the NFL. It just happens. These defensive linemen are too big and strong and fast, and it hurts. I watch football, and I'm like, I don't know how I ever played. That hurts. And it's like, you could get hurt so easily. You can get hurt on a play that's like not really a hit. So like this week in the NFL, we're going to see Carson Wentz start for the Minnesota Vikings. Tyrod Taylor start for the New York Jets. I think Marcus Mariota start for the Washington Commanders, but I have a feeling Jaden Daniels is going to try and go. But I did have a feeling going into this year. I know I said this on the Fan. I said, I don't expect a sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels, but he's so slim and slender. I don't expect him to play every week. I expect him to miss a couple weeks. So it could be now, better early than late. We already talked about Joe Burrow. So Jake Browning is going to get the start. And then Mac Jones got the start last week for Brock Purdy. That's 5 NFL teams in week 3 that are already on QB2. If you don't have two QBs, you won't have one. If you don't have two guys that can play, you won't have anybody. Like, and now, the third string guy is one play away. I saw Brady Cook is taking the second team reps, and it's like, well, damn. That's why I talk about the Jets and the Jets fans, like how quickly Brady Cook from Missouri is one play away from being the starting quarterback of the New York Jets. Pack it up if that's the case. You can't make it up, man. I don't care about big boats turning slow. I don't care about instant coffee. I don't care about any of that other nonsense that cut Xavier Gibson. But then AG is praising Michael Clemens or talking about, what do you say? He's like, oh, we know exactly what we're doing with Mike. The things we're asking him to do, he's doing a good job with that. Okay. His fellow Texas A&M alum. I'm sure he's got a soft spot for Michael Clemens. No shot was Michael Clemens getting cut, but Now we're open for football conversation. Let me plant another seed with the Giants fans now that I'm talking Jets a little bit and just talking about the whole league. You've seen a lot of losses in MetLife Stadium. The last win in MetLife Stadium, honestly, probably cost you Cam Ward, the first overall pick, but I know you like Jackson Dart. I expect them to roll out some more plays for Jackson Dart, especially in front of that home crowd, right? Evolve the package of plays that you allowed Jackson Dart to run. And I expect them to have some different looks against Spags and that Chiefs defense, but I don't expect a win. The Giants are about to go 0-3 here. Is Andrew Thomas going to play? Andrew Thomas, if you watch James Hudson, which I know you did, if you watched James Hudson last week and then Marcus Bowe, are you going to play? You got to play. Enough is enough, man. It's the home opener for MetLife Stadium. The Kansas City Chiefs coming into the building. And if you watch that Chiefs-Eagles game, Pat Mahomes was getting busy on the ground a little bit. Pat Mahomes led them in rushing. He had 66 yards rushing, and he had a 22-yard touchdown run. So Pat Mahomes is going to try to will them to victory. Travis Kelce's cooked. They don't really have that many receivers. There's talk about Tyreek Hill getting traded back. Obviously, we know Buddy got hurt. I'm blanking on his name. Xavier Worthy. They're out there throwing to Tyquan Thornton. Well, they have Hollywood Brown. But I just don't think there's anyone. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. They lost to the Eagles 20-17. And if you think about the gap between the Super Bowl champion Eagles and the Giants, I don't know. I don't see any way that the Giants beat the Chiefs. Call me up and tell me how they do. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan for another 22 minutes. Don't go anywhere because I'm coming right back.
This week on The Fan.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see Hardy at Madison Square Garden September 24th. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com.
Brought to you by Live Nation. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Your debit card doesn't have to be boring. With the Cash App card, you can actually customize it to your specific style. On top of that, you're getting discounts on brands you already use and even early access to major concert tickets. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and get $10 back. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit overdraft coverage and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Now you can find me in St. Louis rolling up. Man, when Nelly came out, I don't think I knew one human being from St. Louis. From the M.I. crooked letter. Like, I used to go get CDs from the Jamaican guy at the Collinswood flea market. I got Nelly's country grammar from him and Nellyville from him. That guy was the man. I wonder what he's doing. That was so long ago. He used to burn all the CDs and sell them for $5, and then he would print out the covers of them and then cut them out, and just you feel like you just like you got an official bootleg CD off of my man. People in Monmouth County know about the flea market, the Collinswood flea market. If you only got about $20, that's a good place to be. You used to go in there and be able to eat and leave with a CD or two with $20. They used to have some fugazi-ass stuff in there, too. And get you a fake authentic jersey. And get you a fake Tiki Barber jersey in there. I remember I used to have the red Tiki Barber jersey. I got to find it. My mom has it somewhere. I got to find all my old, because like back in that era when Nelly dropped, you could be a fan of a team, but you were wearing team jerseys for style. I remember I grew out of that probably by the time I got to like college. That's when it started to get kind of wishy-washy, especially too because I went to school in Virginia. You don't want to be repping the wrong thing. And then once I got older, like now there are pictures of me in college that probably don't exist anymore, but I wore every Major League Baseball team hat. You will never see me in any team hat outside of the Yankees now. I think the only one that I would never wear back then was the Boston Red Sox. One, because I hate the Red Sox. Two, because I think that B logo was trash. Now, I like the Brooklyn Dodgers B logo, but that Boston Red Sox logo, nah. That's the only hat. I think I didn't even want to purchase a Boston Red Sox hat. But I had two Toronto Blue Jays hats. That white and blue pinwheel Toronto Blue Jays, old school Toronto Blue Jays, that's tough. And then the gray Toronto Blue Jays with the like newer age, like 2000s fitted. I had that. Actually, I think I had that fitted on the night I met Alexis Texas. Because when I met Alexis Texas, I remember that fitted. I put that fitted somewhere. That fitted held that memory for so long. My memory bank was so good. The real life visual of what I saw with Alexis Texas beat anything that I could find online. All right, let me get back on track. If you know, you know. If you were listening tonight, I told my Alexis Texas story. Keith, you ever been starstruck? You ever meet anybody that you were starstruck by? Yeah, Alexis Texas. Not Derek Jeter, Alexis Texas. But I'm losing it. I was trying to get to the I had the throwback Tiki Barber jersey. I think I had a Curtis Martin jersey. I want to find them now because I think the next thing I'm going to do is just start rocking different team jerseys on Sundays. I wore my Michael Vick jersey week 1. I wore my Kenny Pickett Steelers jersey week 2. And I'm like, I don't have any other jerseys. I've put all my Cowboys jerseys in a bag. I'm going to go see Mr. Throwback. Probably do some content with Mr. Throwback where I exchange my Jerry Jones gear for some classics. I want to see if he has a Vic Jets jersey. I think that would be tough. But I just got to go look at his inventory. I'd wear a Jets or Giants jersey. I don't think I'm going to become a Jets or Giants fan. Just these first 2 weeks have taken me out of that thought. It's just too much pain. It's too much suffering. Like that Giants loss, that was that one. That I was mad for Giants fans. And that's how I know I'm detached from the Dallas Cowboys. I was actively rooting for Jerry Jones to feel that burn. I was actively rooting for Giants fans to get that victory. That was one of the victories that I was talking about where I said the Giants are going to be underdogs every single week to start the season. But pick your spots. I had a parlay. I had Malik Neighbors, 2 touchdowns. Malik Neighbors was plus 1,000, and I forget what the Giants were money line, but that was about the cash. That was about the cash for 2 G's. Being an NFL free agent as a fan, I wish I got to it sooner. Because I feel like baseball is super regional. The NBA kind of too. NBA, actually, you could be a fan of just players. Football, it's hard to be a fan of players because they only play once a week. They could get hurt, then they don't play. NBA, you can be a LeBron stan. You could be a KD fan. You could be a Luka fan. You could be a Giannis fan, But in the NFL, I think it's easy. The first 2 weeks have been great. I have 2 Survivor Leagues, 2 fantasy teams, and I just put together anytime touchdown parlays, and then I try to just do same game parlays where I'll pick a team to win and someone to score. I'm really trying to hit these 2 touchdowns. Amon-Ra St. Brown had 3 touchdowns last week. I'm like, bro, why didn't I think? I have him on my fantasy team too. I'm like, why didn't I think to play him for 3 TDs? 3 TDs is plus 10,000. But anyway, as we go into week 3 here, I think what I'm going to do as just a nighttime guy and someone who is an NFL free agent, and I'm not swayed by fandom. I'm not swayed by my own thoughts about my own, misery or team or what I want the Jets to be or Giants to be. I think and I did this last year. I think I'm going to talk more about the other teams as we head into games. I remember last year talking about the Vikings, and Giants fans underestimated the Vikings, and I'm like, the Vikings have a bunch of journeymen. They have a bunch of underdogs. They have a bunch of different guys that are trying to prove themselves, like Pace and Van Ginkel and Aaron Jones and Sam Darnold, and they came ready to play. This Chiefs team, there's a video of the end of the game where Chris Jones says to Jalen Hurts something along the lines of man, you didn't even get 100 yards. And he said, you didn't even have 100 yards. And Jalen Hurts says, we won the effing game. Shut your ass up. So, and shout out to Jalen Hurts, man, because he's going to win a lot of games in his career. And then when he retires all time, probably going to have more than one Super Bowl, never an MVP, probably not too many Pro Bowls. They're going to have debates about him, and he's going to be good. He's paid already, and he's going to be a legend in Philadelphia. But what I'm getting at here is the Chiefs' defense was able to hold Jalen Hurts to 101 passing yards. I do not expect Russell Wilson to throw for 450 yards against them. If he throws for half of that, 225, you take that as a win. They didn't throw one touchdown pass. They're interviewing A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown is holding back. He at least had 5 catches versus 1, but 27 yards is nothing. I don't know what to expect from the Giants. It's a way different week. I don't know what to expect from the Giants if they're trying to throw the ball in the air against the Chiefs like they did against Dallas. Dallas is suspect as hell. And then on the ground, not for nothing, 22 carries. They kept Saquon under 88 yards. And when I looked at the Giants last week, I'm like, okay, now Cam Scatterbo becomes your lead back. And they never really established the run. They never really controlled time of possession. And they probably needed to do that because that's part of winning the game. I felt like the Giants lost the game 5 different times because they're not used to winning. Their coaching staff, their players, they're not used to doing the little things it takes to seal a victory. How do they do that on prime time, Sunday Night Football, the world watching, with a stone cold killer like Patrick Mahomes, who you can't hit? You literally can't hit him. So on this vaunted pass rush with Burns and Abdul Carter and Sexy Dexy and Kayvon, they're having a good year up front. They're getting their sack numbers. They're doing their thing up front. But be careful with Patrick Mahomes because that's going to be roughing the passer. That's going to be unnecessary roughness. And then Pat, he knows that, so he plays this game where he fake goes out of bounds or fakes like he's going down or throws his shoulder into you or breaks a run. That's why he's able to run the ball like that because he's Patrick Mahomes. He's a golden child. He's face of the entire league. Can't hit Pat, you might get suspended. So it's a tricky balance. Beware of Isaiah Pacheco. Jets fans remember Isaiah Pacheco is from Jersey, went to Rutgers. Isaiah Pacheco is going to turn up here, coming back to the state of New Jersey, him being a Garden State guy. Beware of Isaiah Pacheco and them getting him going. The Jitterbug, Scarlet Knight. I think he's from Vineland. Beware of that guy breaking some runs and him running hard against the Giants defense. Yeah, he's from Vineland. He's from South Jersey. Now, for the Jets, I don't know what to tell y'all. Tyrod, we'll start there with Tyrod. And I'll do more of this, and we'll unpack tomorrow night and Friday, and I'll keep adding. I could do this, and like I said, I'm going to lean more into the other team. But I'll start with Tyrod. I'm connected to Tyrod and Russ. They're the same age. I met both of them on the recruiting trail. I played quarterback in high school. So I was with Russ at UVA. I've told this story 1,000 times because it's a good story. It's I can literally still close my eyes and see Russell Wilson in his Miami jersey that he wore to UVA. I don't know why he did that. I think he thought he was going to go to Miami. And I can still close my eyes and see a young Tyrod Taylor who was a year younger than me, but he was elite down there at Hampton, Virginia, Newport News area. And I remember him being upset because he didn't get as many reps at the combine as the older guys. I got to throw the ball more than him at the combine. And I remember telling him, bro, don't worry, bro. You're from Virginia. All these guys are from New York and New Jersey. The fact that you're even up here is huge. Keep going. And then I missed him in college because the year that I transferred out of James Madison University and went to Monmouth University, James Madison University went to Blacksburg and beat Virginia Tech. Tyrod is a quarterback, man. He's just not very tall, not very big-bodied either. That's why he can't stay healthy, and he's had a tough road. You know, Tyrod was the starter in Cleveland when they drafted Baker Mayfield. And now, fast forward all these years, Tyrod and the Jets will face off against Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. And it's like, look at the road these guys went. Tyrod went from Cleveland to L.A. with the Chargers, and we already know how they did him in Cleveland. And then, you know, they did something to, like, puncture a lung, operated on him, and then he couldn't go, and they literally told Justin Herbert in pregame warmups, you're the starter today, and he has not, you know, let go of that starting job since. Then Tyrod went to the Houston Texans, and then he came to the New York Giants with Daboll and company because I think they knew him from Buffalo a little bit. And now he's with the Jets. Good that the Jets have him. Baker Mayfield went from Cleveland to the freaking Panthers, who, like, I don't know how the Panthers had him and Sam Darnold. And they just, I don't know. They end up bringing Cam Newton back and having Bryce Young. And then he had that brief stint with the Rams, where I forget what primetime game it was. He balled for the Rams. And now he's the literal franchise quarterback of the Buccaneers. I'm looking at the Buccaneers as one of my top 4 potential landing spots, especially if I end up cashing out in the next few years and getting a house down in Florida. Definitely going to be a Bucs fan. Why not? They play right across the street from George M. Steinbrenner Field. Baker hangs out with the Yankees. Why not? I don't think there's any chance that the Jets go down there and beat Todd Bowles and this team. I don't. And as I talk about leaning into the other teams, I'm watching the Buccaneers, and they have kind of shot themselves in the foot. They should have put up more points back-to-back weeks against the Falcons and against the Texans. But they have playmakers on offense that I do not see the Jets defense being able to stop. Just start with their backfield. Bucky Irving, he's tough. Rashad White, also tough. Their receivers, Mike Evans, but Mike Evans is getting up there in age. But, hey, you get in one-on-one, those fade balls, like Mike Evans could still run a go route, a fade ball, and win one-on-one coverage. An old pal of the New York Giants, Sterling Shepard, still down there getting it done. Wasn't Sterling Shepard cooked? Didn't he have too many issues, injuries? Wasn't he about to retire? The Giants let him go. He's still catching passes in the NFL for a first-place 2-0 team, playoff team. And then there goes that man from the Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka, number 2. He's a dog. He's already scored 3 touchdowns in his early NFL career as a rookie. He'll probably find another one. And then Cade Otton, their tight end. They have some skill position guys. And then the number 1 skill position is their quarterback. Baker Mayfield, he is a psychopath. He knows every defense that you're trying to throw at him. And he will beat you. Remember him coming here and beating the Giants ass, and then doing the Tommy Cutlets pitching hands? He was doing it real fast. I'm doing it on YouTube for the YouTube. He said he was paying homage to Tommy Cutlets. Yeah, right. He was mocking him. He didn't even know how to do it right. He was doing it that fast. So New York football over before it starts. We're looking at the Jets 0-3, the Giants 0-3, and I got to write a rap about it for Friday. And I'm undefeated with those picks so far. Week 1 and week 2, and we didn't play my week 2 rap. I did the rap, I sent it in, and they lined it up. I did it on the How We Do beat, and then I'm so particular about music and beats and rhythm and that type of stuff. I gotta send the track as I intend it, because I sent the vocals and I sent the instrumental and they put it together, and I'm like, that's not how I rapped it. But I was perfect with my picks in week 1 and 2. It's honestly pretty easy picking the Jets and Giants game. You just pick them to lose. Just pick whoever they're playing against. Not hard to pick. And I picked the Jets game, the Giants game, and the Monday night game. So I was able to, I knew Chicago wasn't going to win. I picked the Vikings week 1. And then I knew the Bucs and the Chargers were going to win. Perfect. All right, let me get out of here. I got to go home, blow my nose, and go to sleep. That's all I've got for KM to AM. Chris McMonigle is coming your way next. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
For the Cowboys to give up that many points and that many yards to a Giants offense. I understand it's different. It's Russell Wilson, and he's got a history, and he's a Hall of Famer and all that stuff. But still, this Giants offense hasn't produced a damn thing for years, regardless who's been back there.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Grab your things, I've come to take you.
home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Padres tagged David Peterson for 6 runs in 5 innings. The big blow, a Manny Machado grand slam as they finished off the Mets 7-4. Juan Soto is 41st, just missed tying the game with a homer in the 7th. It was just foul. Then lined back to the mound, representing the tying run to end it in the 9th. So with 10 games to play, the Mets hold a game-and-a-half lead on the Diamondbacks and 2 up on both the Giants and Reds.
Be consistent, try to be consistent a little bit more. Definitely we're still in a good spot, but we got to get going today. We cannot wait for tomorrow. And tomorrow's going to be too late, so we got to get going today, right now.
Yankees, they overpowered the Twins 10-5. Trent Grisham went deep twice, knocked in 4. Cody Bellinger is 29th. Now, Luis Gil didn't have it. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 walks over 4 2/3. But the bullpen was brilliant. That included Devin Williams striking out the side in the 7th. Bombers now within 4 games of the Blue Jays, hold a 2-game lead on the Mariners and Red Sox for that top wild card. And Justin Fields ruled out for the Jets, remains in concussion protocol, but Aaron Glenn comfortable handing the ball to Tyrod Taylor.
There's an element within him that we also have in Justin that I like a lot. And the fact that he's been in this league for a long time, there's no coverage, there's no pressure that he hasn't seen. So that's why I have confidence in him.
66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
I'm bad.
Sports Radio 1019 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 202 on the Fan. On this Thursday morning, I got you for 3 hours, which is our custom here in the overnights. 5 o'clock, the warm-up show will come your way. We got Fleegs on the other side. Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. So who we piggybacking Peterson with? What are we doing? Who are the Yankees throwing game number 3? And that's really, like, to me, last night is about what the hell is going on with the starting rotation of both these teams. Clearly, they're in different spots where the Mets are still trying to make sure that they finalize this playoff spot. And I think they will. I understand it's only 2 games. I understand they lost last night. I understand they've lost 8 out of 10. I understand it's been a struggle for them. I understand it's nothing but solo home runs, a disappointing loss. Peterson was bad. He's been bad. Peterson has been bad. Since the beginning of August, he has the worst ERA in Major League Baseball. He is, right now, someone you no longer consider in that playoff rotation. And I know they still have to get there, and there's 10 days. They have a 2-game lead. Everyone except Cincinnati. Cincinnati and Arizona, I guess you don't have the tiebreaker. At least you wouldn't with Arizona if they get to that point. But you get my point. That's still up to 10 to play. I still feel really confident that the Mets are going to find their way. I do. It's hard. Believe it or not, even with 10 games and only a 2-game lead, it's hard to blow that. It's not easy. And these teams aren't that good, and they're playing tougher schedules. I still believe in the Mets that they will find a way to get into the postseason. But once there, who do you have faith in this rotation? And we're going to get to the Yankees, too, because I'm thinking about this as I'm watching the games last night. And I understand, Met fans, maybe you're not with me. Maybe you're still the paranoid Met fan. Maybe you're still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Maybe you're still fed up with this team, and you're not ready to say they will be in the postseason, and you've got to figure it out over the next 10 games. And I get you. And clearly, you've got, Tom going today, and couldn't get out of the first inning his last start. Young kid going up against a really good team. It's not going to be easy. You still got the Cubs. You still got a tough schedule. It's not over. But I'm trying to figure out, because we're still chasing World Series, damn it. And for weeks, it's felt like, maybe weeks is a bit strong because, McLean hasn't been here that long. But for a while now, it's felt like, well, okay, that wild card rotation, you've got at least McLean, who's your ace now. He's going to get game 1. You've got Peterson game 2, and you'll figure out game 3. Like, Peterson has been in the mix to be one of the 3 starters in the wild card, it's been a guarantee. You've got McLean. You've probably got, Manaea and Holmes now, one of those 2, and now that they've been put together. And then you got Peterson. You've been relying on the idea of Peterson being someone you can bank on, someone who's going to make a postseason start, and someone where it's jarring. Now it's gotten to the point where it's almost jarring when the manager just dismisses the idea that he won't make his next start. And I understand why, because what else are they going to do? Of course he's going to make his next start. But when you're watching the postgame and the question's asked, he's laughing, and you're like, it ain't funny. It's not funny. Because he's just awful in this game. That 5th inning, I mean, you hit the 8-hitter, you walk the leadoff man, and I know he's dangerous. I know Tatis is a good hitter. You can't walk him. Luis Ariz, who again, tell me how great Luis Ariz is. I know that bunt sets up the grand slam. I get it. He's a 2-time batting champion. Drive in the run. If that were my team, I'd be furious with that bunt. But it sets up the big at-bat for Manny Machado. You get a full count. You got to try and throw something inside the zone. He picks a breaking ball, and that's the game with the grand slam. The offense tries to battle back. 4 solo home runs. Another bomb from Alonso's hit 3 games in a row. Juan Soto hits the home run. Damn near just misses one down the left field line, which is frustrating. And then obviously at the end of the game hits a bullet up the middle right off the pitcher in that moment where you thought maybe the Mets could finally, after they put up the graphic, 0-64 after trailing after 8 innings, the only team in Major League Baseball not to have at least a 1 in that first column, 0-64. You get the big walk from Lindor setting up the moment. And not to get on Juan Soto because he's been great. He's having a great year. And over the last 2 months, he has been clutch in big moments. Over the last 2 months, he has had good numbers with runners in scoring position. But it just feels like, and it's part of the conundrum of this season as he hits his 41st home run, he's having an incredible year. He's turned everything around in that department. Now it's not a question. It is a typical, if not one of the better Juan Soto years of his career. Great year. But time and time again, it just feels like he comes up with an opportunity to do that special moment, to have that signature impact win for this team. And whether it's his fault or not, because he hit this one on the button, it just hasn't come for him this year. It's puzzling, it's frustrating, and he'll still have another 10 games to find it, and then hopefully into the postseason. But I look at this rotation, and we'll get to the Yankees too, because as I'm watching these 2 games, same thing with the Yankees, right? We know Max Fried is going to get 1 start, and we'll get to whether or not, I know Evan was talking about today, the order of the 3-man rotation you would have in a wild card series, and I have a strong opinion on it. But you know Max Fried's going to start. You know Carlos Rodon is going to start. Who is going to start that 3rd game for the New York Yankees? And you know they're in. They're in. Still trying to secure that again. Still trying to secure those 3 games at Yankee Stadium. We'll find out if it's against the Seattle Mariners, who I believe it would be right now, or the Boston Red Sox, or the Houston Astros. It could be any one of those 3. They're definitely playing a wild card series. They're going to make the postseason. You're hoping it's at Yankee Stadium. But who is that 3rd starter? And on back-to-back nights for the New York Yankees, the 2 men that we suspect are battling for that 3rd man in the rotation are given big leads against the lousy Minnesota Twins and can't get out of the 5th. Can't get out of the 5th. Whether it's the walks from Cam Schlittler in the game the other night, or whether it's the 9 hits given up by Luis Gil in this game. It is unacceptable. It's hard to trust. Now, they'll each have another 1 or 2 starts, maybe 3, over the next 10 games. But it is, because they said that on the post game. That's why I had it in my head. 2 more starts probably for both of them. Ottavino does a good job set over the next 3 starts. That's why I had it in my head. It's not. It's got to be only 2 at 10 games. At max. But it's hard to trust It's hard to trust a starter in a wild card game when they're going out there, and whether it's Cam Schlittler at the end of a long season, minor league baseball into Major League Baseball, trying to figure it out, throwing harder than he's ever thrown in his life, 100 miles an hour, being wild and not being able to get out of the fifth, again, against the Minnesota Twins team that is dead, a Minnesota Twins team that traded away everybody, a Minnesota Twins team that has to play for, and a Minnesota Twins team that the Yankees have traditionally owned like nobody has owned anything ever. And they can't get out of the fifth with a 10-1 lead for Cam Schlittler and a 7-1 lead or 7-2 lead for Luis Gil. Those are unacceptable performances from those starting pitchers, and we're going to pick from the two of them on who's going to be the third starter in a postseason series. But at least that's just one choice. I don't know what the Mets are going to do because Peterson has taken himself out of the mix. Let's be fair. We could talk about he's going to make his next start. We could talk about who he's going to piggyback against. This has not been one bad start. This isn't one unfortunate inning that unraveled with a hit batsman and a walk and a bunt and a grand slam to one of the great right-handed third basemen of this generation. I get it. That's not what this has been. This has been a 7 ERA since August 5th. You've already piggybacked. You don't have enough starters to just start mixing and matching them together. I mean, this isn't the second half. This isn't the second side of Abbey Road where you're just mixing songs together. Yes, it's a Beatle reference. I had to do it. Like, who do you trust in this rotation right now? Who do you trust? Because right now, McLean obviously you're going to rely on a rookie to be your game one starter in a postseason series. Your game one starter. Then you're probably going to throw this Holmes-Manaea piggyback situation. That feels like the natural with how well it went the other night, how much you trust both of those guys to at least give you 4 innings. It feels like that's the combo for a game number 2. Who's that third starter? For a long time, it's felt like, well, Peterson's there. That's no longer the case. Now you're looking at Sproat. You are looking at going into a postseason series, a wild card series on the road to possibly go take on the Los Angeles Dodgers. And game 1 is going to be a guy who's pitched incredibly well, but a rookie going into Dodger Stadium to take on Ohtani and Betts and Freeman. Game 2 is a combination of 2 pitchers you don't trust to be one, and then game 3 is probably another rookie who's made a handful of starts in his major league career. That's where this rotation is. And what's frustrating about last night, and again, you want to win the games, and you want to back up that 2-game winning streak, and now you got to go take this series later today with a young kid who couldn't get out of the first inning on the mound, and that's a tough spot. And then hopefully you go take care of Washington. You got more games to play. I don't trust Cincinnati. I don't trust the Giants. I don't trust Arizona, who had every chance to win the game yesterday. Every chance in extra innings against the Giants at home, every chance, and they blew that game. And if you've looked at it, since the moment that the Mets were on the precipice of losing and being out of the division, out of this playoff and having one of those teams overtake them, about 4 or 5 days ago, everything has pretty much broken right for them. Cincinnati can't beat the A's. The Giants lose the last couple games of that series against the Dodgers. Like, everything's broken right to the point where then the Giants beat Arizona yesterday. Like, everything is broken right for them. It's still a 2-game lead. Arizona has a very difficult schedule. The Reds stink, and I don't trust the Giants. Like, I'm still confident that the Mets are going to the postseason. But once they get there, I don't know. Like, and then obviously the bullpen as well. You're trying to establish Stanek here because he's been better. He was one of your better relievers in the postseason last year. And he wasn't bad in this game. What, he give up a home run? Like, the bullpen hasn't necessarily been an issue over the last handful of games, but I don't trust him. Part of the reason that the piggybacking is so appealing is that it eliminates a bullpen game. That at the very least you should be able to get those two pitchers to Diaz. That's half the appeal of it. So you've got a bullpen you don't trust really outside of your closer. You've got a starting rotation that's relying on what Evan Roberts is calling the future of baseball, which is laughable, with the piggyback situation, and two rookie starters to go on the road to take on the defending champs. All right. Peterson not being trustworthy is a devastating blow. It just is. It's a devastating blow. Not having confidence in him to make playoff starts is a real hit to the viability of this team having a run in the postseason like they did last year. It just is. It just is. Now, I don't know Kodai Senga, right? Kodai Senga, hopefully, I think he's going to get one more start in the minors. Maybe he comes up. Hey, could you piggyback the two of them? You know, kind of different pitchers, righty-lefty, same thing as Holmes Mania. Like, I don't know, but I don't feel very good when Peterson's on the mound, and it's been a month. So, yeah, we're all hoping they get in. And I'm the king of it. It's going to be put on my tombstone, along with shave the neck beard. Right next to that is going to be get in, get hot. That's me. I've been saying it forever. Saying it about the Yankees, saying it about the Mets. Get in, get hot. But I got to tell you, even though I think they're going to get in, the getting hot part is taking a big hit when the lefty pitcher that I had confidence in over the last full calendar year is now at the point over the last month where he's as bad as any starter who gets the ball every fifth day that there is in baseball. That's a problem. And the idea of starting two pitchers who haven't been good enough on their own that I had to stick them together and two rookies to go take on the Dodgers is it's not what you want, as we heard all night long from Joe Girardi on the Yankee game. It's not what you want. It's not what you want. And the same thing with the New York Yankees. Yes, you feel good about Max Fried, although he has not been a great postseason performer outside of Game 6 to finish off the World Series, which is a big game. He pitched well on that one. Outside of that, he has not been a great postseason performer. We all know the history of Carlos Rodon for the New York Yankees in big games, although I think this year he's really started to make, inroads into feeling a hell of a lot better about him in big games. But you know what you've got there. You know those are the two guys. They're both pitching well. They both have had great seasons. They're both at the top of the league in wins, which I don't necessarily make as a big stat of a starting pitcher, but for a team, when they're on the mound, the Yankees win as much as when any other pitcher is on the mound for their team. But they're having tryouts right now for the third starter in a wild card series, and up against the Twins with big leads, the two main competitors for that final spot can't get out of the fifth and look rattled and look like the moment's too big for them. Like, that's what it felt like. They can't get out of a jam in the fifth inning against the Minnesota Twins. I'm going to trust them in a big spot in the fourth and fifth inning against the Boston Red Sox or the Houston Astros or the possible MVP. There's 10 games left. Nothing's guaranteed. No one's clinched a damn thing. But I feel pretty damn confident both these teams are getting to the postseason. But right now, I don't know how these rotations look for either of them. I don't know who's the third starter for the Yankees, and the idea of what's coming for the Mets in those 3 games scares the absolute hell out of me. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. So a little bit of Mets and Yankees in pitching. Obviously, a tough loss for the Mets, even though those 2 pitchers couldn't get it done for the Yankees. They do win both those games. The offense explodes. Now, again, you were expecting that. You're expecting to beat up on the Minnesota Twins. It is nice to see Grisham kind of break out of his mini slump with 3 home runs in the last 2 days, including 2 last night. Judge has been on fire. Not a ton of home runs, but hits all over the place, looking like he did at the beginning of the year, where the home runs weren't on this crazy run. He found it for a time, and that's why he still got 48 or whatever. But when he was hitting 400, this is what Judge looked like at the start of the year. So you got Judge hot, you got Grisham hot, you got Bellinger with another home run. The offense is going to do what it does against the Minnesota Twins. It's going to do what it does in the playoffs. We'll find out. Trust the offense. These 2 wins were big. You feel like the postseason is pretty much locked up at this point. Just a matter of they can hold on and figure out a way to get home field advantage. And there's a lot to talk about. Let's see how they play today, because another late night flight into a travel day, into showing up and having to play in another city. We'll see if they actually get enough sleep to perform in the first game of this Baltimore series. But right now, to me, I am looking at these 2 rotations and trying to find out how the hell I'm going to build any confidence in a 3-game series with the 3rd game of the New York Yankees and the entire rotation of the New York Mets. 888-808-1019. Outside of McLean, of course. McMonigle here with you. I got you for 3 hours as we take you all the way to 5 o'clock. Continue to take your calls next. A little bit of baseball. We'll get to the football as well. Officially, Justin Fields out for the Jets. Andrew Thomas practicing and taking most of the reps for the Giants. Can either of these teams somehow get a victory to save their season? 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back right after this.
The Yankees are heading to Charm City, taking on the Orioles. 7:15 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
A 1 pitch, swing on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust H.L. Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com. Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, 229. Trying to figure out how we can figure out a way to make the rotation not poison. As we're getting ready for both these teams, I'm still uber confident that the Mets are going to make it. I am. I've never really waned on that. Even when they were right there, practically tied with Cincinnati, I've just never imagined. And last night's a tough loss. That grand slam is a killer. They try and battle back. They do get the tying run to the plate, but they've got to come out today. And what makes it tough is because, one, Peterson stunk, which is a trend that just has killed them over the last month. And now you've got Jonah Tong on the mound today to try and salvage this, try and win this series. That's a tough spot. I mean, I heard Sal on his spot on SMY tonight. By the way, sorry, Sal. One day you're going to get that Emmy, buddy. You'll get it. You just keep on fighting. You keep fighting the good fight, Sal Licata. It's going to come your way. But he's like, this is a one hell of a spot to put this young kid. It's the biggest game of the year. I know every game they play from this point on is the biggest game of the year, but like, it's one of those things. It's tough for rookies to make these starts. It's tough to be in these spots. We're seeing it now with the Yankees. Cam Schlittler has a real problem against the Toronto Blue Jays. Now, there's some speculation he was tipping his pitches. I don't know. Every time, it's funny how every time a pitcher gets lit up, that conversation comes around. But whatever the case may be, it's hard to, you have nothing to lean back on. You have no history. You have nothing to dig deep with. And like, oh, I've been in this spot before. You haven't. You haven't been on a major league mound getting your brains beaten in the first inning, having no idea how to get out of it. You just haven't. And now he's got to back that up, going to take on the San Diego Padres in the biggest game of the year, where if you lose, you're theoretically could be a game out. Or a game up, rather. Tough spot. Peterson not at least being close to what he was from all of last year through pretty much August of this year is a killer for the Mets. It's an absolute killer. The idea you can't trust Peterson, the idea the question was asked in the postgame, whether or not Peterson is going to make his next start. Just that we've gotten to that point where that question, which was laughed off by the manager, that question isn't funny. That question needed to be asked. That question is relevant. The idea that that question is relevant today with 10 games left is a killer for the Mets. It's a killer. He's been one of the three for how long now? For how long now? Well, you got Peterson, you got McLean, and you'll figure out the third. Forget that. How can you trust Peterson in a 3-game series? You're going to look at 2 young kids and a piggyback. That's what you're heading into the postseason with. That's against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I know Fliegelman gave me a couple of, he's trying to give me the counterpoint, which is there aren't a lot of teams with a good third starter. And it's fair. Right? For the Yankees, I still think Cam Schlittler and or Luis Gil, and we'll get into who I think and which way they should deploy them and all that stuff. We'll do that at 888-808-1019. I still think that those guys are talented. Cam Schlittler throws 100 miles an hour. Luis Gil just threw 5 shutout, no-hit innings against the Boston Red Sox. Like, those guys are talented. And on any given night have shut down stuff, but the last 2 starts really make you concerned. But you look around Major League Baseball, there's not a lot of teams that do have a good third starter. Right? You got Seattle, you've got Philadelphia, you got the Dodgers. Outside of that, you're talking about, Giolito for the Red Sox. I mean, you're talking about what, Casey Mize for the Detroit Tigers. If they even make it right now, as they're getting their brains beat in by the surging Cleveland Guardians, nothing would make me happier. Do you know how many people constantly hit me up, or every time I talk about Boone and how I don't hate him? That's all I ever say about Aaron Boone is I don't hate him. Oh, Hinch is such a better manager. Hinch is such a better manager. Nothing would make me happier than to have the Tigers be the best team in the American League for almost the entire season. They've already lost the 1 seed. It's going to be the Blue Jays. If they blow this division, ooh-wee, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. And let the Cleveland Guardians in. Anytime the Cleveland Guardians are in the playoffs, I'm in. If they can figure out a way to put the Cleveland Guardians and the Minnesota Twins into the postseason every year, sign me up. Sign me up. And right now there is in that American League wild card, there is a flux. Every night it changes. Now it's all for the loss and the Houston win. Now Seattle's back in the wild card ahead of the Boston Red Sox. They'll probably flip. Seattle come back to the division lead. Like right now, it is a flux, those bottom 2. And we'll see, hopefully, who's going to come to Yankee Stadium. 888-808-1019, but they need to figure out their pitching. Bob in Bayside. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, Chris, I think you might be overlooking one thing about Schlittler's last start.
What's that?
Joe Girardi, who's become an excellent analyst, made the point that the kid, after the first inning where he gave up a run, retired 10 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
But here was the butt he threw in. With the Yankees scoring all those runs, he was sitting on the bench and he says pitchers don't like it for 20, 25 minutes at a time. And that affects veteran pitchers. And he made the point that could have affected Schlittler in the fifth inning.
Okay, could have. I don't really care. It's about results. I don't care. I don't care that they didn't get any sleep the night before the first game of that series. I don't care that Cam Schlittler had a long in-between innings. I don't care. What if there's a long in-between inning? What if the Yankees do what the Yankees do, load the bases, take a bunch of pitches, score 2 runs in a 25-minute inning, or score 1 run in a 25-minute inning, and then Cam Schlittler's got to come out of a long break? It's okay for him to be crappy because, that's what that even affects veteran pitchers? There's no excuses.
Good point, Chris. But here's one other point.
Yes.
I actually would trust Schlittler Heel. The typical good reliever is one who comes in, throws strikes, and throws 98 miles an hour.
Yeah. So you would trust him in the bullpen more?
More than Hill, yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I'll get to this at some point, or I guess I could do it now. I don't disagree with you. I would put Luis Hill in the rotation. Luis Hill would be my third starter for two different reasons. One, he has shown a propensity to be able to get out of jams. He's been a little bit wilder, Cam Schlittler, although in these 2 games that I'm talking about, the struggles against the Minnesota Twins, Schlittler was actually the one who had more of a problem with the walk than Luis Hill is or did. But typically, through this season, through the last 5-6 starts, Luis Hill's the guy who puts more free runners on base. He's a little bit wilder and has a little bit less of an idea of exactly where it's going. But he's shown a propensity to get out of jams. He just has. So he's shown a propensity to get out of jams. And then the second reason is what you're talking about. I don't want another wild pitcher coming. Like Cam Schlittler's been better at throwing strikes. I'd rather have him in the bullpen. I think Cam Schlittler kind of profiles better in the bullpen than Luis Hill does. So for those 2 reasons, I would probably, right now, I would be leaning towards Luis Hill. I don't care so much about the experience. I know he made a playoff start last year. That doesn't really make that much of a difference for me. It's in the conversation. It's part of the thought process. I don't know how much I put on it or how much weight I put on it. I focus it mainly on if they get into a jam, which is naturally going to happen, or you would imagine is probably going to happen against these teams. Like, I just trust him to find a way out of it more than I trust Cam Schlittler. He hasn't shown the ability yet in his young career, which I have every belief that he will figure out a way to start showing that and start being able to be better at getting out of jams. Luis Hill has done a better job of, when runners are on, figuring out a way to limit the damage of an inning and get out of it. So I trust that more, and it's the last thing I want to do is have a reliever come in and throw balls. You got to have a reliever come in and throw strikes. So I think for those 2 reasons, I'd be leaning towards Luis Hill. But I'm not sure where the Yankees are thinking. The better pitcher over the last, like Cam Schlittler's numbers outside of this start and the one in Toronto, have been pretty dynamic for the last month. He's been more consistent. He's been probably better than Luis Hill. But I just think he profiles better as a reliever, and I think Luis Hill has the ability to get out of jams, make that pitch. We saw it last night. Saw a couple double plays. We saw it in Boston. Even though he threw a no-hitter, he walked a bunch of guys and yet still found a way to get the big strikeout, get the pop-up, get the double play ground ball. Like, he's got a little bit of that in him, where I don't think Cam Schlittler has found that part of his game just yet in his rookie season. Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, good. Can't complain. Yeah, I agree with you. I was just thinking, is it possible, that that piggyback game, maybe they piggyback those 2 pitches and do them on a piggyback game? It's not it's
to
not
piggyback
really crazy.
To piggyback Schlittler and Luis Hill.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know.
Not crazy. That's not crazy.
Well, it's not crazy, but I don't think this piggyback thing is like the new like, greatest thing since sliced bread. I don't find it as like that appealing. Like, sure, if Luis Gil's in the bullpen, right, and Cam Schlittler can't get out of the third, and you want to go or is struggling and throws a ton of pitches, and you don't feel that confident of it's already the third time through the top of the order come the fourth inning, and you want to, instead of going to the middle of your relief where you haven't been that great with, Yarborough and Leiter and whoever else you would throw in that spot, and you want to go to Luis Gil and see if he can give you 5-6 innings and just pitch the rest of the game, sure, I'm into it. But I don't love the idea of, like, that's the plan necessarily. I don't know. I'm not, and they also are similar. Like, it's not, and not that that's the biggest of deals, but, like, you look at what, the Mets have done right now with this piggyback situation. You have a right-handed sinker slider pitcher, and then you bring in Sean Manaea throwing crossfire left-handed. Like, it's a completely different look. It would set up, depending on what the team is that you're playing against and whether or not they are a little bit of a platoon team or have a significantly different lineup, righty-lefty, where you could come in and make the manager have to decide whether he's going to pinch hit for guys or not. Like, that makes sense to me to have righty-lefty, different styles. You're pretty much throwing two of the same pitchers, throwing similar stuff, trying to beat you with high-velocity fastballs. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make as much sense as what the Mets are doing, but, I mean, I guess I'd be open to it.
Another thing, we got to give Boone a little credit for getting Devin Williams.
No,
he looked like he's ready.
No, don't you dare give Boone any credit. What do you think this is? What are you, nuts?
No, really. I mean,
what are you, nuts?
Did you see him? Did you see him?
You better just keep it to Long Beach, because if you get any more specific on where you are, they will come find you. You do not say any. Funny. You do not compliment Aaron Boone.
But you know that it's yesterday, but he looked dominant in that pitch.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Mario. It's he's a conversation. Devin Williams, you can say whatever you want, and you can have it in your mind that he'll never be trustworthy. He's not good in the big moment. It did, in Milwaukee it was one thing, and then look what happened in the postseason to Pete Alonso and the Mets. He's not built for this. I would get all of it, right? All of it has a vein, certainly more than, if not, a complete vein of truth to it. And I could understand why anybody would feel that way. But there is no doubt, not only have the numbers been pretty good over his last 5 appearances or so, his last 2, and I know it's against the Minnesota Twins, but look what they did to the Yankees starting pitching. Like, they battled back. Some of those at-bats were good. Some of those guys can hit a little bit. But it's more than just the Minnesota Twins. Just the pitch shape, the way that changeup looked, the last 2 appearances in the last 2 days for Devin Williams have been by far his best. Like, zero fear. Even with the base hit leading off the inning last night, he then comes out and strikes out Larnach on like 3 straight changeups, like devastatingly good changeups. And he's throwing his fastball 95, 96, and he's locating it at the top of the strike zone. Like, if Devin Williams is going to throw 95, 96, and he's going to locate that fastball where he wants, and it's enough where they can't just sit changeup, he's devastating. There's a reason why he has the career he's had. There is a reason. As much as we all hate him, and by far, I mean, I can't remember, like, I'm trying to rack my brain. I can't remember a season where one player, even last year with all the blown saves from Clay Holmes, I could give you a million reasons where they fell down. Like, he had the game won, the final game of the first half before the All-Star break last year against Baltimore. Volpe blows, with 2 outs, Volpe blows an easy ground ball to end the game, and then literally Verdugo fell down on a fly ball. Like, I could point, because of his nature of ground balls and soft contact as a closer, I could tell you the Yankee defense really hurt and impacted a lot of those blown saves against Clay Holmes. I did then, and I could tell you that now. And I know he blew a lot and blew the record for most blown saves and everything. I don't know if I ever remember a season where you could put as many losses on one player. I mean, 2-run leads, 3-run leads, 4-run leads, and not just, because of errors behind him. So I get anyone who has trepidation believing at all in Devin Williams. But I don't know how you don't start to, he's looked better than Weaver. He has. He's looked better than Weaver. Even Fernando Cruz, who's given up a couple of home runs, Devin Williams looked dominant the last 2 games. And his body language looked completely different, even after the base hit. Previous versions of Devin Williams gives up that single, and you could feel it on his face. He did not have that after the single last night. He just didn't. He didn't care about the runner. You could tell he didn't even look at the runner at first base. Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing, because in a big game, big inning, tie game, I know they were up multiple runs, so maybe he didn't care so much about that runner. You can't just ignore the runner, but it was almost just screw this. I'm up by a couple runs. I'm going to get these guys out. I don't really care. Steal second, steal third. I don't give a damn. I'm striking people out. It was a little bit like that. He's absolutely working his way back up to being right there outside of Bednar. Who else? Bednar without question. And then outside of that, who else do you trust more than Devin Williams right now? That's crazy to say, but I don't know who else you would trust more than Devin Williams. Significantly more? Ain't nobody. Maybe you want to tell me him and Cruz are on the same level right now? Or you're going to go back to Weaver being the closer into the World Series last year and say, I'll still believe in him? Fine. But you can't say it's more than Devin Williams. And to your point, yes, Aaron Boone deserves credit. There is no doubt. All of you, all of us, myself included, on some level wanted to just never see Devin Williams again. Never see him in a big spot. Never trust him in any situation ever again. And yes, you can also put the blame on Aaron Boone for consistently going to him when he wasn't pitching well and being part of the reason why he, and to say he allowed Devin Williams to lose them the games that I was just talking about. I get that. But at the same time, it's about being right for the postseason. It's about being as good a team as you can be come the postseason. Because despite all those losses, they're going to get there. Now, they didn't win the division. They're not going to have the bye, and that's unfortunate. And it's going to hamper their ability to win the World Series. But ultimately, they are the New York Yankees. They are good enough, and they are going to the postseason. And what it's about is having the best possible team you can have with the players playing their best and being as poised and ready to go play well in the postseason. That's what it's about. And this bullpen isn't good enough. It's never been good enough. It's never had enough arms. It's never been good enough to not continue to try to get Devin Williams back to himself. And despite it costing them losses at times, if Devin Williams is dynamite into the postseason, it's almost worth it because you need him desperately. And all it's going to be about is whether the Yankees play well in the postseason. That's what it comes down to every stinking year. Are they going to play well enough? And this bullpen isn't good enough without him. So they had to stick with him. And again, he's got to go do it. If he blows up in the postseason, forget all this. Forget everything I just said. Forget giving Boone credit. Forget it all. It's about how he performs in the postseason. And last year, I gave him a ton of credit when no one else would, or at least no one else publicly said it. Aaron Boone did a great job with Clay Holmes last year. A great job. They took him out of the closer's role, and you could argue the same thing. They went too long with him. Didn't remove him from the closer's role early enough. Kept trying him and blowing saves. It was ridiculous. It was this, it was that. Fine. In that case, they still won the division. They still had the number 1 overall seed. And after taking him out of the closer's role, they continued to put him in pressure situations, worked with him, and then got an absolute stud in the postseason who didn't give up a run in the first 9 innings that he pitched. and was absolutely as important a pitcher as they had in the Cleveland and Kansas City series. If he does that again with Devin Williams, he deserves a tip of the cap. There's no doubt about it. He does. And so does Devin Williams. And the bottom line is they don't have enough guys to not have Devin Williams in there. It's just, you can't just avoid him. And with the way he's looked the last two times, I would think anyone who's been mad at Boone for continuing to go to him, you have to admit, you're wrong. You're wrong. Because they don't have another pitcher with another swing and miss kind of stuff like that. Like, you're looking for swing and miss in the postseason? You're looking for swing and miss late in games? While he doesn't have the 99, 102 mile an hour fastballs that we saw come out of the San Diego Padres bullpen in the Met game, that changeup is swing and miss. As long as he can locate that fastball, the changeup is swing and miss. They've got, despite not having those high leverage fastball guys, and maybe they will come postseason because they'll throw a Cam Schlittler or a Luis Hill out there, they've got two pitchers who have as too good of swing and miss pitches as there is in baseball. Fernando Cruz's split finger and Devin Williams' changeup. And whether or not the Yankees are going to win the World, you can argue very easily that whether or not the Yankees go deep into the playoffs, get back to the World Series, and win their first championship since 2009, you can make a case that outside of, Judge performing, the biggest reason why, or the thing that has to go their way, is Fernando Cruz and his split finger getting swing and miss, and Devin Williams and his changeup getting swing and miss. Those two pitches may very well be, outside of Judge performing, as big a question mark, and whether if you get it, they can win. If you don't, they probably won't. Those are the two things that hang in the balance on whether or not the Yankees can get to where we want them to get, or they get knocked out early. Because we've seen what Devin Williams has done when he doesn't have his fastball and changeup. And honestly, we've seen what Fernando Cruz is if he doesn't have the split finger. He comes in and doesn't have the split finger, he don't get outs. So quite literally, those two pitchers and those two pitches, and whether or not it goes in the Yankee favor or not, you could argue are the most important and difference-making situations on whether or not the Yankees are back in the World Series. Because that bullpen is without question the biggest issue they have. It's the biggest issue they have. I know it always comes down to hitting. It always comes down to scoring runs. It always comes down to striking out too much. It always comes down to Judge performing. Absolutely. I mean, going back to 2004, the Yankees lose because they don't hit. Almost exclusively in every postseason series. Going back to Joe Torre days. That will always be it. That's always been the issue. But this lineup's good enough. It's just a matter if they'll hit. We don't know, but it's good enough. It's deep enough. It's good enough. I like the lineup. They've got a bunch of guys really performing well. They've got the best hitter in the world. He's got to show up. They've got a postseason performer in Stanton. They've got guys who've had incredible seasons. They've had clutch performances. They've had great at-bats right now. You don't trust Bellinger in a big spot? You don't trust Grisham in a big spot? You don't trust Stanton in a big spot? They have a bunch of guys that I feel really confident are going to give you a good at-bat in a big spot. It'll always come down to scoring runs, most likely, but I feel about as good about that as I can. If they don't hit, they don't hit, but I feel going into it about as good as I can about it. It's the bullpen that scares the ever-loving crap out of you. And Devin Williams right now has been as good as they have. And yes, the Yankees and Aaron Boone deserve credit for that. It's okay. You can give it to him. It's okay. It's okay. You could still think he's a terrible manager. You got to give him credit where credit is due, though. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 1 hour down. 2 more to go. We'll take your baseball calls still coming up. We'll get into a little bit of the football as the Jets are down their starting quarterback. And it's funny because heading into the season or in the offseason, it felt like, oh, well, you can't bring back the former quarterback. He's always hurt. He's ready to go week 3. Funny how that works. 888-808-1019. We'll get to the Giants as well as they take on the Kansas City Chiefs Sunday Night Football. Can they give you anything that resembled the offensive performance they gave you against Dallas? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We'll come back, take your calls, get to the football in a little bit, and get you ready for the warm-up show at 5. Be right back.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Hey, we just beat you in your building. If we have to come back, we can take the first 2 and end you. If you got to come to us, it's raps too.
Stream Keith McPherson live or on demand with the Odyssey app and podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready. We're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnerman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, New York! Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Struggles for David Peterson continued, roughed up for 6 runs over 5, including a Manny Machado grand slam as the Padres bounced the Mets 7-4. Peterson now sporting an ERA of 7.59 over his last 8 starts.
I'm not looking too much into it, trying to take everything I can from each start, going out there every time, trying to give the team the best chance to win, and you're going to have mixed results throughout the year.
4 solo shots for the offense, including homer number 41 for Juan Soto. Wild card picture shows the Mets a game and a half up on the D-backs, 2 on both the Reds and the Giants. Yankees got a pair of Trent Grisham home runs, put up double digits in scoring on back-to-back nights as they overpowered the Twins 10-5.
Starting with Grish at the top, just, having 2 big nights. Judge, doing his thing all over the bases, and just a lot of really big contributions. Finished off with a belly bomb tonight.
Yeah, the 29th homer for Cody Bellinger, overcoming a poor start for Luis Gil. 5 runs, 9 hits over 4 2/3. Bombers now 4 back of the Blue Jays, 2 up on both the Mariners and Red Sox for the top wild card. And the Jets in the hands of Tyrod Taylor Sunday against the Bucks. Justin Fields ruled out with a concussion, as Taylor always ready when his number is called.
Whether you're the 1 or the 2, you should prepare the same way. The last thing that you want to happen is you get called up to a position that you're not ready for mentally. So, yeah, I don't think there's any change.
66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
The Robert Redford conversation again. It is amazing. We just love, as a people, we just love talking movies. Like, oh, yeah, Robert Redford. And they're like, you got to see this one. We got time. And I love talking movies. 888-808-1019. Let's talk a little bit about rotations in general, but obviously with the Yankees rotation, because it was a conversation I heard on the afternoon drive show today. And I feel pretty strongly about it. And I've brought it up and talked about it on the air. And I know me and Fleegs had a long conversation about it, too. When you're in a 3-game wild card series, I think you have to treat the wild card series different in a 3-game series. I don't think it's just the standard, well, I'll throw my best in game 1, I'll throw my second best in game 2, I'll throw my third best in game 3. Like, I don't think it's just that standard type of thinking. Now, I heard Evan today, and let's get specific with the Yankees. because I don't know if the Mets have the ability or really the clear-cut second pitcher that you feel better about. So their situation might be a bit different. But whatever you deem to be your second best option. Now, again, Evan was talking about the Yankees and said he would hold Max Fried out of game one. I don't know about that. And I heard Yankee fans who are just, self-loathing Yankee fans, and I know they haven't necessarily hit Garrett Crochet in the times they faced him this year. Nobody has. He's one of the better pitchers in Major League Baseball. And that's why I always laugh when people say they don't hit good pitching. Well, nobody does. That's how we know it's good. If everybody hit them, it wouldn't be good pitching. That's how we distinguish good from bad. They're hit less. But I'm not hiding or ducking from Garrett Crochet or not conceding losses if it's the Boston Red Sox in game one if Crochet is pitching. That's nonsense. So I still think for game one, I would throw Max Fried. But I honestly don't think I'd be opposed to the idea of throwing Carlos Rodon game one. But whoever you throw game one for the New York Yankees, there are two starting pitchers who obviously are their two best. Max Fried, Carlos Rodon. Whichever one I choose to pitch in game one, if the Yankees win game one, I am without question, I'm not even thinking about it. It is absolutely the strategy to go with. If the Yankees win game one, I am saving that second pitcher, whether it's Rodon or Fried, and I am saving them for if I need them in game three, or hoping I can win game two with my third starter and save them for game one of the ALDS. It's not even a thought for me. The idea that if they win game one, like say the Yankees make the decision that Luis Gil's the third starter, and let's just say it's the Boston Red Sox. If Max Fried beats the Red Sox and the Yankees win the first game of the series, I am throwing Luis Gil in game two, and I am saving Carlos Rodon. There's not even a thought in my mind. And if they did it the other way and threw Carlos Rodon, I am saving Max Fried. If they win game one, I am going with my third starter in game number two and saving the other top starter I have for either the elimination game, game 7-ish, game 3 of that series, or hopefully I win game 2 and I've set myself up better in the ALDS to have either Max Fried or Carlos Rodon have the ability to start twice in that series by giving him game 1. It's not even a thought. The idea that, no, I pitch my second best in the second game and I go for the win right then and there. I put my foot, as to quote Jazz Chisholm, I put my foot on the throat. I'm not messing around. I'm going to win game 2. I'm throwing my second best pitcher. I think that's idiotic. I don't think that makes sense at all. I'm going to pitch that guy anyway. If I lose game 1, then certainly. Then I got to win game 2, so I'm pitching my best. But if I win game 1, I am saving my other top starter. I am throwing Luis Gil or Cam Schlittler, whoever they choose, in game 2. That's not giving up. That's not saying I can't. I'm going to need them to pitch well and win games in the postseason if I'm going to win the World Series anyway. I'm pitching them in game 2, hoping I win the series there, and now I'm set up with Rodon to start game 1 of the next series and game 5 of the next series if I need him. I got him twice, as opposed to throwing my fourth starter in game 1 of an ALDS and putting myself behind the ball, the 8 ball. There is no question in my mind. And then if you lose game 2, obviously you have him there for the elimination game of game 3. And if you lose game 1, you desperately need to win both of those games, then I throw him game number 2. But there is no doubt. I heard callers call up. I heard pushback from Tiki and Marash. Now, I don't know if I save Max Fried. I still want to throw my best in game one and try and get the advantage of taking the lead in the series. His thought was to start Carlos Rodon and save Max Fried. I don't know about that. I'd consider it. I'd listen to it. I'm not sold on that. I still want to put my best foot forward and try and win game one and take the commanding 1-0 lead in a 3-game series. I still think I'd want to do that. But I feel pretty good about Carlos Rodon. I know many Yankee fans won't until he does it. He's had one hell of a year. His body language, everything about him has been completely different this year. A couple of big games he's blown up, no doubt. There has been the occasional, what we would call a big game. The Boston Red Sox lit him up one day. Like, there's been a couple you could point to and say, hey, that was a big game and he spit the bit. Maybe. But it's few and far between. And as far as the other main concern of allowing innings to spitball, one bad thing, one error, one bloop single, one bad break, one ball off a bag that couldn't be fielded. Like, anything like that happens and Carlos Rodon loses it and the inning becomes a 5-6 run inning, that's been almost eradicated completely. Yeah, there's been a couple of games he's shown up and not had his stuff and gotten hit around. Yes. But I can't think of almost any time where he's been pitching fairly well, one thing goes wrong, and then suddenly it just completely loses it, which we have seen time and time again in his previous years as a Yankee. I feel like that part of his game, the toughness in game, the ability to put things behind him and still pitch well, I feel like that's been absolutely fine. I have no worries if something goes wrong in an inning that Rodon's going to lose it. I have no worries. Is there a chance he shows up and isn't good? Of course. But if he's pitching well, I'm not worried about one thing changing that. He's been much better, much different a pitcher. I trust him. As much as you can trust a starter, because we all know what could happen. But I don't think there's any doubt. The strategy of saving one of your better pitchers if you win game one is absolutely 100% the way to go. I don't know how you could think differently. I really don't. So if I'm the New York Yankees and I decide Luis Gil is my third starter for this series, if Max Fried wins game one, Luis Gil's pitching game two, and I'm saving Carlos Rodon. I don't think there's any doubt. I don't think there's any doubt. And as far as the Mets go, I would do the same thing. I just don't know what they deem to be their second best option. I would imagine that it's going to be the piggyback situation of Clay Holmes and Sean Manaea. Because right now, if I had to make a decision on what the three-man rotation is for a wild card series, it's McClain, the piggyback, and Sproat. That's the three-man rotation for the New York Mets. And I can tell you this. If they win game one with McClain on the mound, I'm pitching Sproat in game number 2 and saving the piggyback for game number 3. And then hope you win game 2 and then set yourself up better for the second round. Because, Yankee fans, I understand you got to win the first round to get to the second round, but it's also about winning the World Series. It's about winning the World Series. And you got to get through multiple series. And I want to set myself up best for the ALDS. It's not like you're pitching that guy anyway. Carlos Rodon's going to pitch in the series if you need him. If there is a game where they lose or go home, he's going to pitch it. But if I can find a way to avoid that, maybe win the first 2 without using him and set myself up for the DS, you have to take that chance. Have to. So, I mean, I was listening to it today, and the amount of pushback Evan was getting. Now, whether or not you should skip Max Fried, I get that part. That's an interesting one. I have to really think about that and have a conversation with Evan on why he believes that skipping Max Fried is the right thing to do and throwing Carlos Rodon in game 1. I don't know about that. I still want to try and win game 1 and give myself the best chance to win game 1, and that's Max Fried. But there is no doubt after that, I'm pitching my lesser option in game 2 if I win game 1. There is no doubt. I don't understand anyone who thinks different. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Let's get to the calls. Stu in Brooklyn. What's up, Stuart?
How you agree with you on the rotation because you're right. You can't, if you win game one and pitch the lesser of two pitches, it gives you a better chance of progressing more into this following series because it sets you up in a better way for the following series to have a better pitcher pitching in game one of that series.
Right. And it's not, and again, people make it like, I understand, the idea of, well, then you give them game two and then they have momentum. I'm not giving them anything.
No, you're still pitching.
You're still pitching a pitcher you hope could win. You're still pitching. And plus now I'm avoiding pitching my lesser pitcher in a spot where it's lose or go home. I'm putting less pressure on that pitcher by pitching him up 1-0.
Right. And the thing is, if he loses, you still have Rodon for game three.
Right.
Which is very good. And then it sets you have to have Max Fried in game one. You have to put the best out there to get the advantage.
I think that I do. I got to talk to Evan.
I agree with you 100% because you have to jump down to a quick lead in a series because if you don't, the chances of losing are greater than if you do it with your
it's just listen, it's hard to win 2 in a row. I'd rather take I think the game one winner would have a much higher advantage. I got to look at the wild card. There's been so many sweeps over the last since they started this new format. There's been a lot of just 2-game series sweeps. So I would think that the percentage of the game one winner winning the series has got to be very high in this new playoff format. It has to be.
Oh, but you avoid the sweep. You avoid being swept.
Swept. I'm sorry. Well, if you win the game, you got to go win the game. Just every one of those teams threw their best pitcher in game one and lost, like whoever lost, I'm just thinking it's got to be game one winner has been almost dominant in these 3-game series. I can't, there's been so many sweeps. Last year with 2
10
sweeps.
out of 12 have been sweeps.
10 out of the 12 complete have been sweeps.
I'm not counting 2020 when they did it in the COVID year.
Right.
The 3 years.
No, correct.
2022 through last year.
Yeah.
10 out of the 12 series have been sweeps.
Unbelievable. Do you know?
And both of them that went 3 were the Mets.
Both of them that went 3 were the Mets.
Mets and Padres, and then Mets and Brewers. Every other wild card's been a sweep.
And the game one winner won both series.
Correct, yeah.
So 12 of 12 of game one winners win the series. 12 of 12.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. We have not seen it yet in this is the 4th year. We've had 3 years of the wild card. 3 years of this new 3-game format. And 12 of 12, you win game one, you win the series. Now, the Mets were right there. They were 2 outs away from that not being the case, but they won. And 10 of them are sweeps, which is crazy. I mean, so the 10 out of 12 being sweeps almost kind of makes the 12 out of 12 game one winners kind of almost secondary because it was just sweeps. But yeah, winning game one has proven to be a very important 12 of 12. We are yet to see a wild card series where the loser of game one went on to win the series. So game one's too important to not put my best pitcher on the mound. I think we found it. I think we found the argument for Evan. Evan was like, give me one good argument why we shouldn't start Max Fried. I think that's it. In this new format, 12 of 12. Every single series played in this new format, the game one winner wins the series. I have to put out my best player, my best pitcher to try and win game one. Just have to. I can't not put my best foot forward saying, well, I'm going to pitch them anyway. I get his thought process. Max Fried's going to pitch in the series. It's not like you're going to avoid him. Whatever you do with game one, Max Fried's pitching. Or if you don't need him, you got him for game one. So I get the thought process, but game one is just proven to be too important to mess around with. I got to give my best chance to win game one, and that's Max Fried. Joe in Cranford. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Mac. I like the idea of, the kind of rotation you're talking about for the wild card round. Mm-hmm. But I'm just wondering, what do you think? How would it affect your second best pitcher if you have to use them both in the first 3 games, but you advance? what does it cost you in the next round? Like, as far as, is it possible that you would have one less start?
The idea, no, it wouldn't. I don't think it would. I think he's only guaranteed one start. Now, if you play it out then into the ALCS, like, you might be right. I don't know what it would affect pitching him a day later. Now, again, these are all three played in a row. It's not like game 2 and then an off day and then game 3 where it would be a 2-day difference. You're talking about a 1-day difference. I don't know. I don't think it would make a difference in the DS. I think in the DS he's only going to get one start no matter what.
I think
because only the game one starter would have the ability to pitch twice. So I don't think it affects the DS. Now, if you continue to play it out, is there a chance that, he could have a chance to start twice in the ALCS and you've ruined that, or twice in the World Series? I don't think so, but I'd have to look into that. But I guess I understand your point. It might impact the ability to have him pitch twice in a series later on, but I don't think it will. Off the top of my head, I don't think it will.
Yeah, I like the idea of it, as long as it doesn't have too much of an impact like that, like down the road in the next round.
Yeah, no, with the amount of off days and stuff in the next 2 rounds, I don't think it makes a difference. I know it doesn't make a difference in the DS. I don't think it'll make a difference in the CS, and from that on, I really can't. I don't think you could play it out because who knows how many games you pitch, or what happens. You might win the first 3 games of the DS and then have a long break, and you could throw any pitcher in game 1 or 2. Like I don't know, but I don't think that's enough of a reason to change my thought process. The idea that you could pitch if you have to pitch him in the 3rd game instead of the 2nd game. You're pushing him back a day, and so now you could pitch him in 5 days, and it impacts how many times he goes in the next couple series. I don't think so. I want the chance of having him for game 1 of the DS. That's what I want, because then I could pitch him twice.
And at least looking at it, so for the AL this year, because like the AL had last year, the NL gets that one extra day off, so that might change it. But for the AL, Game 2 of the Wild Card Series is on a Wednesday. Game 2 of the ALDS is on a Sunday. So even if you pitch Game 2 of the Wild Card, you're not coming back until Game 3 of the DS.
Yeah. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, no, it's not short enough. So it's not long enough. So yeah, even if you pitch Game 2, you're not pitching Game 2 of the next series. The Game 1 starter would pitch Game 2.
And so this allows, if you save them, you're able to pitch, your number 2 starter can pitch Game 1 and 5, and your ace pitches Game 1 or Game 2.
Game 3.
This allows you to have your top starters for 3 of the 5 LDS games instead of only 2 of the 5.
Right. Wait, let's go over that one more time so I understand what you're saying. All right, so if I pitch...
So let's use the Yankees. You save Carlos Rodon, you win the wild card in 2. He can pitch Game 1 of the ALDS.
And Game 5.
That means he's also coming back in Game 5.
Right.
Whoever pitches Game 1 is not making 2 LDS starts anyway.
Right.
So that's Max Fried. He's pitching whether it's Game 2, 3, whatever. Mm-hmm. But you're now getting 3 starts if you go all 5 in the ALDS from your top 2 guys compared to 2.
Correct. If you don't have to pitch Game 3. If you win it in 2 and save one of your top 2, you're guaranteeing your top 2 3 starts in a 5-game series. And that's what I'm looking to do. That's what I'm hoping I can do. If I can, it's not like by pitching him in Game 2, I'm not helping create that. There's only one way to create that scenario where I'm getting 3 starts from my top 2 pitchers. And I do think there's a fall off for the New York Yankees, specifically from 2 to 3. Like 1 and 2 are different. I have confidence in 3 and 4, but 1 and 2 are different. I want Rodon and Fried to pitch 3 times in the DS.
And actually, because Game 1, the way it's spaced out, whoever pitches Game 1 could pitch Game 2. That's where the extra days off come in. Can pitch 2 and 5. So if you go 1 of 4, 2 and 5, you might be able to get them for 4 of the starts.
4 of the starts. That's in the National
League.
Or
you're choosing, or the bullpen. You have extra flexibility.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's any doubt for me. You win Game 1, you take your chance with your 3rd best in Game 2. If you win it, you're set up for the next series. If you lose it, you have your 2nd best pitcher in the Game 7-ish, Game 3.
The other thing it does with specifically these 2 teams and the arms we're considering, it allows a rookie or really inexperienced pitcher to pitch game 2 where you're trying to eliminate the other team and not that pitcher pitching in an elimination game.
Absolutely. It avoids putting, especially, you're right, with the Yankees, it'll be a rookie or an inexperienced Luis Gil, one or the other. And for the Mets, it very well likely could be a rookie in Sproat. And then the other thing is, 2 different things. One, yes, you're not pitching him in a game where it's win or go home. It's not an elimination game. You're avoiding the elimination game if you can. And then 2, it also sets you up where you feel good about not having to use too much of your pen in game 1, and you think like you'll be able to you'll be a lot more aggressive with your bullpen in a game 2 with a young kid. You know you can go to him. Hopefully, if you won game 1, it probably means your pitcher pitched well in game 1, so you probably didn't use a lot of your pen in game number 1, and you're banking on your second best pitcher in game number 3. You could be uber aggressive with your bullpen in game number 2.
Right, that works for both teams, because with the Yankees, you'd feel confident that you can get 6 or 7 out of Rodon.
Yes.
And with the Mets, if it's the piggyback, well, you know each of those guys can go 4 to 5.
You know it's exactly right. Yep, exactly right. So you could not only
and this in the wild card series, it's the only time in the playoffs where you're getting those 3 consecutive games.
Yep.
So yeah, the big relievers, they're probably not going to pitch every game.
Right, and not that you can't pitch them every game. It's just that, I mean, because you can now. It's win or go home. You got to be able to throw in all 3 games. They just don't do it all year. So I don't have faith that they'll be overly good at it in that 3rd day in a row, because they don't do it all year. It's not that there'll be some rules that the manager won't go to them like it's July or August. It's just that they haven't been asked to go 3 days in a row. I don't know how their body will respond or how well they'll pitch. So for the Mets and Yankees, it specifically makes a ton of sense, because if you win game 1, you probably didn't use a lot of relievers in game 1, and you're set up. The Mets would have a piggyback situation in game number 3, so you know you don't need to use your bullpen, and you'd have Carlos Rodon, who goes 6 and 7 almost exclusively. Like the dude's constantly pitching in the 6th inning. You can be uber aggressive with your bullpen in game number 2. I don't think there's any doubt. You'd have to really make a very strong argument for me not to save that pitcher off of game 1. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll take your calls on the baseball. We'll get to some football as well. I got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. We'll be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour, coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild. Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right. 3:33. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Try that one more time. You know the number, but it's 888-808-1019. You can also hit me up on Twitter at @CMACWFAN. And on the live chat. What's up? What's up, chat people? Today's been kind. No fat jokes, nothing about my facial hair. It's been great. Except that then it gets hijacked by like 2 people having a conversation. Then all of the chat is just like 2 people going back and forth about stuff. But I love you guys. Thank you for watching. You can obviously consume the show on YouTube. You could stream it live. You can go to the Odyssey.com app, obviously, and listen to it live. You can go on YouTube now and stream it live and watch me in live Technicolor right here on the Fan at 3:34 in the morning. What else are you doing? If you're up listening to me right now, what else are you doing? You might as well pull me up on YouTube. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Chris, how about our outfielders?
Yes.
Bellinger and Grisham. Every single game, you end the game and you say, "My God, what was it like seeing Verdugo out there butcher balls?" Like you were talking about him. You know, one of the reasons Clay Holmes isn't here is because
he fell down once.
But just the worst times, though. And of course his personality. I mean, maybe the players like him, but as a fan, I couldn't stand that guy. He's just one of those guys you want to punch in the face. I'm sorry.
I hear you. Well, when you hit 200, it kind of gets that way. I mean, if he was hitting 350, I promise you wouldn't felt that way.
Well, that's a fact. I mean, I don't know why. I love Jazz Chisholm, and normally he might be a guy that rubs me the wrong way, but Jazz is all right with me.
He's one home run away from having a 30-30 season.
And Bellinger is 3 RBI away from it.
Bellinger's one RBI away from. He's pretty much going to have a 30-100 season. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's incredible. You can almost now Soto's having a better year, but you can almost go 1-for-1 Soto and Bellinger. He isn't that much better this year.
He's better this year.
He's better, but not
Bellinger's
that much.
Probably, if you look at his clutch numbers and his numbers with running scoring position, Bellinger's probably been a little bit better. But
think
outside of that,
what Bellinger and Grisham do for this team, considering Judge can't throw right now.
Well, 100%, 100%. And hopefully we'll see what happens with Judge. But yeah. Look, we went back and forth about this, Paul, a lot. I don't know how the future of the organization is going to play out. I still think signing Juan Soto would impact this team long term, but there is no doubt with the emergence of Grisham and the way Bellinger is played, and really the emergence of Ben Rice as well. This Yankee team and how well Max Fried has pitched and everything they are better off that they did not sign Juan Soto.
I mean, Brian Cashman's going to take a lot of bows if they make a deep playoff run.
There's no doubt. And that's just for this year. I want to make it clear. I still would have, if I could go back in time, I would still sign him because I think long term, you want that superstar player. And Juan Soto's a superstar player. But in the short term, they've got to
develop to replace him. But yeah, short term, we're better off.
Short term, they're better off. It's hard to argue. I mean, you're right. I mean, Grisham's been incredible. He's got 32 home runs.
That's just out of nowhere.
It's out of control. And I know Judge can't throw. We're going to find out if he can push it a little bit moving forward. But defensively, give me another outfield that's as good as Grisham, Bellinger, and Judge out in the outfield. Now,
only the Padres.
Yeah.
Their center fielder, he took a hit, was it from Nimmo last night?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, out in the center. I thought it was a double, and this kid just tracks it down like he's walking on clouds.
Yeah, Cronenworth, Liriano, they're pretty good. The Cubs have a good defensive outfield as well.
You're talking the best in the league.
When Tucker's healthy. But, I mean, Judge and Grisham and Bellinger, and that's the thing about Bellinger. He could play left, he could play center, he could play right, he could play first base. He gives you really good at-bats. That at-bat against Chapman, and we talk about you wanted to compare him. I'll be honest with you. The at-bat against Chapman in Fenway to put that ball off the wall and score that extra run, that's my favorite at-bat from a Yankee since Juan Soto sent them to the World Series. That was an incredible at-bat. And off a pitcher really right now who doesn't give up hits. I think he went like 30 straight innings or appearances without giving up a hit.
He got himself a second contract.
Yeah, he's already signed another contract. He's getting, John Boy and in trouble for believing stories about that he never tried to locate fastballs before and everything. Like, Chapman's having an incredible year, and to have that at bat and put one off the wall to score that extra run, that's as good an at bat that I've seen from a Yankee since Juan Soto's memorable home run.
And Chris, I was with you to the point where I thought Heel was the third star. Right? You had convinced me there. Now I don't know him and Schlittler. They're gonna flip a coin, I guess. Whoever's pitching better are going right to the moment.
I mean, listen, that's the question mark of this team right now, or at least when I say question mark, I don't mean what will possibly hold them back. The biggest question mark on if they can win the World Series is the bullpen, but the bullpen is the bullpen. There's no decisions to make. The biggest question mark on what the Yankees will do is, well, I guess there's two, really. And last night was actually an interesting look into what they're going to do. But to me, it's either who's going to start Game 3 or who's going to be the starting shortstop. I was surprised Caballero played last night. I got to be honest with you. I was surprised. I thought for sure, coming off 2 hits and a walk, and making I think he had 2 plays. One was virtually, as rote as you can have, and then one he made a decent play to his left. It wasn't superb, but it was decent enough. But he played shortstop clean, 2 hits and a walk, 2-out single with a runner on second, going the other way. I thought for sure Anthony Volpe would play yesterday, and to go back to Caballero, I think is telling now. I understand they think Caballero's earned it, and he absolutely has. Boone also said they're going to face 2 left-handers against Baltimore, and that Volpe's going to play against left-handed pitching. So he knew he was going to play Volpe a couple times the next couple of days, so he wanted to get Caballero in there. I mean, I'm curious to see what happens here. Those are the two things in flux. Who is the starting shortstop come postseason time, and who is the third starter? Steve in Rockland. What's up, Steve?
You know, Chris, you made a great point about Verdugo. Everyone would have loved him if he was going to be hitting 350.
Yeah, I mean, attitude and character and all the stuff that we don't like this player. It's because he doesn't perform. We would like everyone if they performed. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
But, Chris, here's something about Bellinger that I'd love to point out that I was able to pin down. You know, Bellinger has an outfield assist from center, left, and right this season.
Yeah.
I do not know how many other players in Major League Baseball history. See, that's got to be some kind of statistical oddity that doesn't occur all the time. All right. And this is what I'm getting. And look at Grisham. The Yankees are going to have to find a way. I got to feel this way.
Yeah, I don't know.
To sign the vote. I just don't see how they can let either one of them walk. And what I'm worried about is that the Mets this past year, in fact, the last couple of years, they have their big free agent signing. They got a guy they give a lot of money to, and then they just kind of fill in the blanks with less, with fewer resources. And I got a feeling they're going to change that up this off season just because of the way things have gone. I got to believe that Steve Cohen is going to step in and say, listen, I'm going to give you permission to go spend a couple of extra dollars on a starting pitcher. I do not know which one it could be.
I don't know if there are any, to be totally honest with you. I don't think the crop of starting rotation free agents are that good. And, Fleegs gets mad whenever I say this, but I don't know how much they're interested. Now, for the right, I mean, is it they're just dead set against signing any kind of ace or starter in free agency, period, at the age of 30? Maybe not. Maybe there's the right guy, and you could make a case that the right guy hasn't been presented, and the one guy who did was Yamamoto. He was 26, which is a unique situation for a free agent, but they offered him over $300 million. So they're open to paying starting pitching. It's got to be the right starting pitching. I just think it's very hard. The Yamamotos don't come around very often at 26. But I don't think there was anybody last year, and I think this is fair. We could scream and huff and puff, and I did at the beginning of the year, that they didn't invest enough into the rotation, and they were going in with the same kind of this idea that they can just fix everybody, and I hated it. But if you look at how this season is gone, there is not a single starter they could have signed in the offseason that would have impacted them in a major way. Like, there just wasn't. Corbin Burns is gone. Imagine if they signed Corbin Burns to that contract and he had Tommy John. Like, let's just be fair. We got to be fair. And next year's starting rotation free agents don't look that good either. So I do not expect the Mets to go out there and spend money in free agency. But your point about Trent Grisham, here's my thing. And I hate to say this, because I love the dude. Love the dude. During the trade deadline, when there was rumors they could trade him, I went on a campaign, do not trade Trent. I was like, don't trade Trent. Over and over again. I said it a million times, tweeted it a bunch. Do not trade Trent. And it's not just that Dominguez is waiting in the wings and eventually he deserves a legitimate shot. Came up, he started like once. He's starting like once every 7 or 8 games. I know he had a tooth infection that we just found out about last night. That's part of the reason he hasn't played that much. He comes through with a big hit, steals a base, steals third, almost, leads to a run. I've loved the way the Yankees have played, too, on the bases. I know they've gotten thrown out a couple of times. I get it. And they're second in Major League Baseball, getting thrown out at third. I want to be aggressive. They have the ability to do it. They have the players to do it. Go be aggressive and steal bases. I love it. I love it. I hate when teams do it to the Yankees, so go do it to other teams. And Dominguez is part of that. And it's not just that you want to have Dominguez and get a legitimate chance. It's not that you have Spencer Jones, who you chose not to trade, who's waiting in the wings. He's got 32 home runs. And he plays a Gold Glove caliber center field. There are some metrics that he has lost a step from his Gold Glove days, but still I feel pretty comfortable with him out in center field. I don't know the number he's going to get. He could get a big number. And let's be honest, I love him. He's having a great year. He's never been anything like this. Do you really want to give $100 million and he might get 100. I don't know what he's going to get. That's probably a bit much, but he's going to get significant money and significant time. Do you really want to invest that into a guy who's never done this before? Are we just going to assume Trent Grisham is this for the next 5 years? I don't know. I feel pretty confident that this is pretty much the Bellinger we're going to get. Maybe a little bit worse some years, maybe a little bit better some years. I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, that'd be nice. But I think what we're seeing from Bellinger, you can kind of bank on. Smart player, good player, close to 30 home runs, close to 100 RBIs, plays multiple positions, will come through with good at bats, good two-strike approach, just Yankee. I feel like I feel pretty good about Bellinger being that guy for the next 5-6 years. I don't know what Trent Grisham's going to be. We've seen guys come up and have 1 year, this one pop-up year where they're great, and then you go right back into what you've been. And not that he didn't even get a chance to be this guy last year. I get it. Maybe he is this guy. And if he is, we're gonna kick ourselves for not signing him. I can't imagine the Yankees are going to sign both of them. I just can't imagine that. And if they're going to pick one, I think it has to be Bellinger. So I'd be surprised if Trent Grisham's on the team next year. I'd really be surprised. You want to give this guy a long-term contract and big money and assume we're going to get this every year when he's never done this before? I don't know. I love him. And I think he's going to play a big role for the Yankees into the postseason, obviously. I think he's having one of those magical years. And I don't think it's coming to an end. But moving forward, you want to give him 4 or 5 years and assume this is what you're going to get? Because he might get that offer this year. That's how good this year's been. Travis in the Bronx. What's up, Travis?
Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. It's funny. I think Grisham is the Yankees' equivalent to Josh Hart, where he's having a great season. It's undeniable what he does for the team. His value to the team is greater than his individual. If you look at him, if you ask someone, Trent Grisham, it's like, who or what? But the reality is I don't think the Yankees can sign him because he's going to be stuck on this season, and he's going to be compared to this season for the next 4 or 5 years if they sign him to a 5-year contract. And it's going to be very difficult for him to live up to a career year. The Yankees are at a point right now where they need to decide what they want to do with Dominguez. I think he has to play every day or he has to be traded, because if they have another season like this with him, he will lose all of his trade value. They have to figure out what they want to do with Spencer Jones. I do think the Yankees are going to spend. I think they want the Japanese first baseman Murakami.
I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I thought so too, and I don't doubt that they think he's a good player. They're going to turn around Ben Rice? They're going to ignore Ben Rice in this season and not attempt to give him first base next year and save all that money and be able to put it elsewhere? I don't know. I think Ben Rice's emergence has kind of put a little bit of a wrench in the idea of going to sign Murakami. I just think it is. I don't know. The dude's got an over 800 on base percentage, and he's you're going to go pay $1 million for a guy who's never played in the major leagues when this guy's having this kind of season. You have him for cheap for the next couple of years. I don't know.
But what are they going to value? Because I think they would carry Murakami, they would keep Ben Rice, and they would create this platoon, which essentially they have now.
I don't know, Travis. Do you know the money Murakami's going to get? You can't pay that kind of money and then platoon him with Ben Rice. And Ben Rice is a left-handed hitter. You're going to platoon him against right-handed pitching, which is what, 75% of the time? And I think Murakami's a switch hitter or a left-handed hitter, so I don't even think the platoon situation works. Bottom line, you do one of two things. If you love Murakami and want to bring him here and you sign him, then you trade Ben Rice. Or you do what I think most likely they're going to do, is assume Ben Rice's is going upwards. He's a homegrown kid. Murakami's never played a game in Major League Baseball, and not only does Ben Rice have an over 800 OPS, and you know the Yankees are into these metrics, he is quite literally the most unlucky hitter in baseball. And I know many people don't like to hear that, and who cares, and we're so focused on, launch angle and exit velocity and everything, but his expected batting average in balls in play and to what it actually is the biggest gap in Major League Baseball. For how hard he hits it, his balls in play, the balls he puts in play should have a batting average higher than what it actually is. It's the biggest gap in Major League Baseball. He is the unluckiest player in all of baseball. He hits the ball harder with less results than any player in baseball, and the results are still pretty good. I have a hard time thinking Hal Steinbrenner, Brian Cashman, and the New York Yankees aren't going to say, thank you very much. I'm saving hundreds of millions of dollars. Ben Rice, we're going to work on defense the entire offseason. You are my first baseman. I would be shocked if that's not the case. Shocked. And that doesn't make it, and I'm not saying that, and that's probably the right decision. Go spend that money elsewhere. Go pick up a bunch of the best bullpen arms. Go get, I think starting pitching, they'll be okay. Go see if you can go get a catcher. Honestly, I don't know about Wells. Like, there's money elsewhere to be spent. Go get a big-time shortstop. I think there's better money to be spent than on first base when I just found a young stud. And we could say whatever we want. That's what Ben Rice has been. Nelson in Rockaway. What's up, Nelson?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy. What's up?
I just had a question and a quick statement.
Sure.
My question is, I agree with the starting rotation situation that you're talking about for the wildcard series.
Mm-hmm.
But what if you throw Freed game one and he loses? Do you dare go to your third best starter in the elimination game?
Nope. Well, I'm going to have to go to him. I'm going to go to him in the third game. The minute I have an elimination game, I have to throw my best. So if they lose game one with Max Fried, I'm going Carlos Rodon in game two. And,
I would agree
and
with
then
that.
because I have to win that game. The minute I face a game I have to win, I have no choice. I got to pitch my best pitcher. So Carlos Rodon would pitch game two, and then I would have Luis Gil or Cam Schlittler or whoever the Yankees decide to be the third starter. Hopefully, I'm facing the other team's third starter. We'll see how they play it. If they're smart, they'll play it like we suggest, and the third best starter will be there in game two. But you know what I'm saying. But I have to pitch once I win. I mean, once I lose and I face a situation where it's win or go home, I have to throw my best. It's been taken out of my hands. I have to win that game, so I got to throw my best. It's if they don't need that game, how do you handle it? If they need it, they need it. Once you need it, you got to throw your best. John in Tampa, what's up, John?
Chris, I
Yes,
think
sir.
it's time. I think it's time we call Mark Teixeira up in the off season and bring him in and teach Judge how to play some first base. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not there yet. It depends on how bad the arm is. It really is. Like if the second the season's over and the parade's over, and then Judge has Tommy John surgery, immediately. Yeah. I mean, I'm open to that idea. But unless that, and even there, I still think you could play him in the outfield. It depends on how you feel about it. I mean, pitchers have Tommy John and continue to throw 90-mile-an-hour, 100-mile-an-hour fastballs. Why can't someone, just because Bryce Harper decided to become a first baseman doesn't mean everyone who has Tommy John surgery. We just had Jason Dominguez have Tommy John surgery. He's still out in the outfield. I think he's too young. I think that transition might eventually happen. I don't think it's next year.
Okay. All right.
Not with Ben Rice.
Point.
Not with Ben Rice. If Ben Rice wasn't there, if he didn't exist, maybe.
Yes.
But
they need to bring Teixeira in to teach Ben Rice how to play first base. Then I'll take that.
Well, yeah, that there you go. I'm into that.
Yeah,
they need someone to come in and teach Ben Rice first. Or unless you're going to make Ben Rice your catcher and teach him how to catch. If that's what they want to do, I'd be surprised they do that because it takes too much of a toll on the body and he won't be as good a hitter. So I think they'd rather play him at first.
That's true. Listen, the Blue Jays.
Yes.
Okay, I live right near Dunedin. When the Blue Jays played during COVID, they played a lot of their regular season games at Dunedin.
Yes.
I took advantage of it. I went. It was awesome. I have a little bit of an affinity for them now. Okay, and they deserve your label of frauds.
Thank you.
Over the years.
You're like the first person to just say that. Like every once in a while, someone will go, they'll refer to them as the fraud Blue Jays, but I take it more of just like trying to have fun with me or whatever and be a part of the show. You're the first person that has honestly told me you think they deserve the moniker. They do.
They did deserve it.
Has a little bit too, but they deserve it.
I think this year, though, it's going to be different because of George Springer.
We'll see.
George Springer finally showing up. He finally showed up after all these years.
Yeah.
If Bichette comes back and he's...
Yeah, thank you for the call, John. I got a break. He's having an incredible season. He's having an incredible second half. I mean, he's going to get MVP votes. He might finish third in the MVP in the American League. That's how important he's been to that team after really a couple of lousy years with them. I mean, we all felt like George Springer was no longer a threat, really. And now this year, he's been incredible. And listen, what we have seen from the Blue Jays this year has been, they're going to win the division, first off. They have been an extremely pesky group. They have come from behind just in the last 2 weeks. They've come from behind a bunch late in games. They have done a really nice job. They put the ball in play. We watch it. We're Yankee fans. You watch the games. They foul a million pitches off. They are tough sons of guns. They're having a great year. They are. And maybe they'll finally prove me wrong. But until they do, they haven't. And they're frauds. And they've been frauds since 2001. 21, rather. Let me see if they win a playoff game. And it feels like there's a good chance if the Yankees win the wild card series, that's what we will get. We will get Blue Jays, Yankees in the ALDS, and the frauds will be put to the test. They better win that freaking series. Otherwise, I'm going to have to eat crow like you would not believe. It'd be another Licata Atlanta situation. Not as bad, but it'd be... I'd never hear the end of it.
You just need to hope the Canadians don't find out about it because in Atlanta they found out about Sal.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the players found out.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's on SNY, not winning Emmys. So, I'm kidding with him. I said earlier, they gave me the look like, oh. I said earlier he deserved it. I'm messing with Sal. If the Blue Jays beat the Yankees, I'm never going to hear the end of it. I've been calling them frauds for forever. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Update. We'll come back, say good morning. And we'll take you the rest of the way as we got you until 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The Cowboys possess the most dangerous kicking weapon in all of the NFL. That guy could actually attempt a 75-yard field goal if they had to win the game.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
We are moving now. Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks. Look out! When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits, they stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO. Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, Manny Machado broke open a 2-2 game with a grand slam in the 5th, but Mets able to battle back. They brought the tying run to the plate in the 9th in the form of Juan Soto.
The 2-2 to Soto. Swinging a liner back to the mound, knocked down by Suarez, picks it up, throws to first in time, and the ball game is over. That ball was ticketed for center field.
But the Padres able to escape the Mets 7-4. Howie Rose to call Odyssey Mets Radio. Soto did blast his 41st homer. Pete Alonso, Starling Marte, Francisco Alvarez all went deep as well. But David Peterson gave up 6 runs in 5 innings as the Mets remain a game and a half up on the Diamondbacks. Giants and Reds, both 2 back. Trent Grisham continues to amaze. 2 more homers, drove in 4s. The Yankees overwhelmed the Twins 10-5. Cody Bellinger went deep. Aaron Judge had 3 hits. Luis Gil struggled. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 walks over 4 2/3. The Four-Arms combined for 4 1/3 scoreless with 6 Ks, including Devin Williams struck out the side in the 7th. The Yankees now 4 back of the Blue Jays, 2 up on the Red Sox and the Mariners for the top wild card. And the Jets officially ruled out Justin Fields, remains a concussion protocol, so Tyrod Taylor will get the start. As for the defense and their struggles,
big ships
Mets turn slow. All right, so, man, every day we're going to chop wood to make sure we get the way we need to get it to. And I'm not expecting this to be just the wholesale turn of events and things are just going to be like, we'll be the number one defense in the league. But the thing that we're going to do, we're going to focus on those things we have to do to get better.
66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Good morning, cuz wifing. How we doing? 4:05 on this Thursday morning. How's everybody doing out there? We're getting ready for football. We'll touch on that in just a minute. And we got two baseball teams right now who clearly the Yankees are going to the postseason. The only question is whether or not they'll be able to hold on and have those 3 games at Yankee Stadium. And I still feel pretty confident that despite yesterday's loss, and despite the idea they've lost 8 out of 10, despite the idea it's down to 2 games in the loss column, I still think that's a difficult number to make up in only 10 games, especially when you look at the schedules the other teams have and how good they are, which isn't very good. I think the Mets have an excellent chance of making the postseason. So I look at both these teams, and I'm trying to figure out what their weaknesses are and where they'll be. And last night on display for both teams, for me, are problems with the starting rotation. Because, yes, we all know Max Fried and Rodon for the Yankees, 1 and 2, no problem. We've had the discussion about where to deploy them. We could have that again later. Plenty of time for that. But you're trying to make up a decision on who's your Game 3 starter between Cam Schlittler and Luis Gil. And yes, Luis Gil and Cam Schlittler have both pitched well over the last month for the most part. Luis Gil just had 5 no-hit innings against the Boston Red Sox, but he has shown a propensity of being wild. And both of them over the last 2 days were unable to get out of the 5th inning with big leads against the Minnesota Twins. Doesn't exactly breed a lot of confidence in the third starter you're going to throw in a postseason series when they give up 9 hits and 5 runs and can't get out of the 5th inning with big leads against a lousy Twins team that has already sold off all their pieces, is already out of it, has no reason to play. The Yankees have owned over the last handful of years, and that's the kind of performances you get from 2 guys who right now are battling between the 2 of them who's going to be the third starter. Doesn't make you feel all that warm and fuzzy about that position. And then, of course, you get to the Mets where David Peterson, again, the game last night was, he has that blow-up inning where he hits Cronenworth to start the inning, walks Tatis, the bunt single from Arise, and then the grand slam that breaks the game open and really is the death knell in that game last night from Machado. He's been as bad as there has been in Major League Baseball. If you make a start every 5th day since August 5th, you're a better pitcher than David Peterson has been. That's how bad he has been now for a month and a half. And for weeks, for a while now, it's pretty much been, once they get to the postseason, you're looking at McLean, who's your ace. All of a sudden, this young rookie pitcher is your ace. Probably, either Manaea or Holmes, and now you have the combo. And David Peterson. David Peterson has been Peterson will be part of it. We trust Peterson. He's been the guy you referred to as one of the 3 in this hopeful wild card series. And now it's to the point where last night they're being, the manager's being asked whether or not he's going to make another start. You've got Tong on the mound today in what is now the most important game of the season. You know how I know? Because they're playing it. Every game now becomes the most important game of the season. You got a young kid who didn't get out of the 1st inning his last time out. You're jamming starters together. And it feels like right now you're going into a 3-game postseason series if you're lucky enough to get there, and I think you will be, throwing 2 rookies and a piggyback situation. As talented as these teams are, and as much as I do believe in the get in and get hot, I'm worried about the Yankees' third starter. And I'm worried about who the hell the Mets are throwing in games 2 and 3. They are hanging on to McLean as a savior, which is a tough spot to put a rookie no matter how good he's been over his first 7 or 8 starts. And the one mainstay, the one guy you felt could give you innings, the one guy you felt has really kind of stepped up over the last year, the homegrown Met, one of the best left-handed pitchers in the sport from the beginning of last year through August of this year, is now being asked whether or not he's good enough to make another start. That's a major problem for the Mets. That's a major, major problem for this rotation, which is already in shambles. And the idea of throwing two rookies and a piggyback up against the Dodgers in a 3-game set in Dodger Stadium doesn't make you feel all that good. The offense battled a little bit, a couple solo home runs. We saw almost a second home run from Soto, just fouled down the left field line. And then, of course, we has the tying run in the 9th with an opportunity to have one of those great moments that he's kind of been missing despite having a terrific season. He hits an absolute bullet right at the pitcher, ends the game, and the Mets now have lost 8 of 10, follow up that 2-game winning streak with a loss, and now are looking to save this series with Tong on the mound, who didn't get out of the first inning the last time we saw him. 888-808-1019. We'll get to the football in just a bit before we leave, as obviously the Jets have a new starter already in Week 3. And the Giants are taking on what has been the best team in football over the last 4 years. 3-time defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs, who enter the game Sunday night against the Giants 0-2. Trying not to go 0-3. They've never gone 0-2 before in Mahomes' career. I doubt very much he's going to go 0-3. But what can this offense, what can this team show you against a much better defensive team than the Cowboys that makes you feel like they're building something here? 888-808-1019. Let's go to Hector in the Bronx. What's up, Hector?
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm all right. Can I make two points?
Yes.
I got a McMahon point, and then but first I want to get into something that I saw online. I'm a sucker for baseball talk and rumors and stuff like that.
Sure.
But I saw something about them trying to get like letting Rice play first, like you said, and going after Kyle Tucker and signing Bellinger, and then using Spencer and maybe Dominguez for a trade package for whoever, let's say. I want to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Okay, so to sign Bellinger and Grisham? And then trade?
No, the signing, they were saying going after Kyle Tucker and signing Bellinger.
Yeah. No, Kyle Tucker, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't think they're going to sign Bellinger and Kyle Tucker. I don't think there's I don't think they would put that much money. Now, I know they're saving money at first base that they probably had earmarked for a big contract with Ben Rice. I doubt very much that they would go sign Kyle Tucker and Bellinger. I'd be surprised if it's both, because those are going to be, you're talking about, I got to look at the free agent list again, but Tucker heading in, now he's not had a phenomenal year, but Tucker heading in was clearly the biggest free agent coming up this season. And, I mean, with the way Bellinger's played, I mean, you're talking about two of the biggest free agent signings of the offseason, playing both in the outfield along with Judge. I doubt that the Yankees would be willing to pony up for both of the two possibly biggest free agent contracts of the offseason.
All right, and my other point was McMahon. I really like the fact. At first, I was kind of sour on it. Like, I feel like we settled for something less. But his glove is stellar. I'm okay with that. And if you look at Bregman, like, his glove was just as good as his. And I think Red Sox overpaid for Bregman big time. $40 million for a guy batting 270, like 50-something RBIs.
I mean, we'll see how he plays. He got hurt. The 50-something RBIs, he missed a lot of time this year. He's a great player. You know how you're going to find out if they overpaid or not? Because he's got an option to opt in or opt out. And if he opts out, you know that he was worth it because he wants to hit the free agent market again. And it comes down to how he plays in the postseason. He's a winner. He's won championships. He is a winning player who plays well in the postseason, and that's where you'll find out whether or not the Boston Red Sox wasted $40 million. Now, the only issue with McCann for me is this team right now, I am more than happy, especially with the two best starters and most important starters being left-handed pitchers. I am more than happy and willing to sacrifice any offense for an excellent defensive third baseman. Without question. There's enough pop in this lineup. The lineup's deep enough. The offense is good enough. I am willing. And he comes through occasionally. He got the base hit with the infield drawn in this game to give him the big extra run. He's not a disaster, although he's not very good offensively. Hasn't been, at least this year with the Yankees. But I am more than happy to have a subpar offensive player in exchange for a brilliant defensive third baseman, especially with my two best pitchers being left-handed and with how deep this lineup is. My only issue is I don't know what this lineup's going to look like next year. It's not, I mean, is Trent Grisham coming back? And if he is he going to be the same player? Is Ben Rice going to be the same player? Is Bellinger going to be the same player? Is Judge going to stay healthy? Is Stanton going to stay healthy and be the same kind of player? Like, I don't know what I'm hoping it'll be good, but I don't know what the offense is going to be next year. And to go into the season where I'm looking at a third baseman under contract here making pretty good money, so he's going to be the starting third baseman, and to have him be as poor as he's been offensively this year, I don't love the idea of going into next year with an offensive third baseman this challenged as what he's been. Now, he's had traditionally other years that are better than this, but as a Yankee, not great offensively. I don't love being locked in to a no offense, all defense third baseman next year. This particular team at this particular moment, no problem, happy to have it. Entering next season with it, don't love it. Don't love it. Steve in Bayside. What's up, Steve?
What's up, Chris?
What's going on?
Well, my main question with the Yankees heading into the playoffs is going to be which of the starters you're going to put in the bullpen. And I think I haven't heard anybody really talking about it, but Cam Schlittler, his previous high in innings was 120 just last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's already, I think, in the 130s after his last start.
Mm-hmm.
I think Cam Schlittler probably profiles best as the guy that you could throw out there. Everybody talks about his poise.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I'm not so worried about the innings, although it's an issue. I more think that two reasons I would go Luis Gil as of right now. I mean, there are 10 games left. We'll see. But I would go with Luis Gil for two separate reasons. One, I do agree with you that Cam Schlittler and his 100-mile-an-hour fastball, that he's been a little bit more consistent throwing for strikes than Luis Gil has. I think he profiles better to put in the bullpen. And Luis Gil, as a starter, has shown more of an ability to work out of jams. Yes, he puts guys on, but he has consistently, outside of last night, done a really good job of being able to work out of jams where I don't know if I trust Cam Schlittler just yet. First and second, nobody out. I don't know how that inning's going to go. I have a better feeling about Luis Gil getting out of that inning than I do Cam Schlittler, and I do think Cam profiles better in the bullpen because he's a little less wild, throws strikes, and pumps it up to 101, 102 if he had to. So, I think that's why I lean Luis Gil to be my third starter.
Yeah, and I'm also getting back to the innings. I'm concerned that Schlittler might run out of gas, at some point. And don't forget, this is probably, I guess you'd call this May right now for Luis Gil. So it's roughly, given that
as far like when he started.
Yeah. It's about May right now for him. So he should be just hitting his stride. I think he had a little bit of a dead arm a few starts ago. You saw his velocity dip, so he should be in good shape. Yeah,
they also, whenever a pitcher gets lit up the way he did in that Toronto game, or at least had as many good at bats against them, you always hear about the tipping. They talked about it on the Yankee postgame. Apparently, they were talking about how they went through the film and didn't see anything obvious about tipping. I don't know. I just think he's a young kid who, when in that kind of situation, it's tough to battle through. He's got no experience, nothing to lean on. He's out there on his own, doing this for the first time in his major league career. And sure, when everything's great and you're going through a lineup and you've got your great stuff and your secondary stuff is moving and you're getting swing and misses, anyone can go, he's got good enough stuff where if that's the case, he'll go through anybody. But when you're facing the Blue Jays and they're on you and they're battling and you've thrown 30 pitches in an inning and you're exhausted and it's not something you've typically done because they probably don't let you do that in the minors, suddenly you have a problem. Phil and Howell. What's up, Phil?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, listen, I was, you know me, I'm a diehard Met fan.
But anyway, I was watching the game last night.
Sure.
And, the Mets battled back, okay, despite the grand slam by Machado. Mm-hmm. And they battled back, and it's 6-4 in the eighth, right? I mean, I don't understand the manager's thinking. He's bringing in their two worst relief pitchers that they have for the eighth and ninth inning. I mean, they have no shot at winning. I just don't. I don't understand his logic. Now, the logic the day before is when he pitched home 4 innings, and then he brought in Manaea for 5 innings. I thought that was a great move.
Well,
I mean, that was a really good move.
Well, that was a preordained. That was a pre-planned thing. It wasn't like he said, "Oh, let me go to Manaea here. I like the matchups." They went into the game knowing that's what they were going to do. And they're going to do it again. They haven't decided whether Manaea is going to start and then Clay Holmes is going to come in, but the two of them are going to be attached kind of moving forward here. I wouldn't even be surprised to see it in a postseason series. Now, I hear what you're saying. Again, they're losing the game. You're playing you're playing a stretch here of a lot of games in a row. You do have a lead a little bit.
You're playing playoff baseball.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't pitch these guys.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but you do have a 2-game lead. You have to win the next game. You can't just keep going to the same relievers over and over again to protect a 2 or 3 run deficit. Like you can't throw Diaz out there to make sure the game, to make sure you lose the game by 2 instead of 4. You just can't. I get it, and let's be honest, Stanek was one of their better relievers in the postseason last year. And just had a great performance to get through the 10th without giving up a run. Now, again, gave up the home run here. Helsley didn't even give up a run. Soto came in and gave up 1 hit and a walk, but got out of it with 2 strikeouts. When Peterson only goes 5 and you're down big, who do you want him to go to? I know it's playoff baseball. I get it, but it's really not. It's not a win or go home. It's not a win or go home game. It's not a must win. It's not a playoff game. You got to win the next games. And they're not going to throw guys 3 in a row or do so. You just can't keep throwing Diaz and again, how many different guys do you trust? How many different arms back there do you trust? Who does he go to that you feel really good about? You going to go to Rogers every game? You're going to go to Brooks Raley every game? You might need them today to hold on to a lead. Oh, we can't use them today because we used them last night to make sure we only lost by 2. It's just, they're not going to do that, even now. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll do a little football on the other side, as obviously we got to talk about the Jets quarterback situation as Justin Fields is out, and it's funny because me and Fleegs are talking about it. Couldn't stick with Aaron Rodgers. He gets hurt too much. Took 3 weeks. Already got Aaron Rodgers playing longer than Justin Fields. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll be right back.
Deep ball downfield, looking for Neighbors, who makes the catch for the touchdown in double coverage.
An incredible game ended with heartbreak in Dallas for Big Blue.
This one's tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These guys battled. Dallas battled. Came down to the end.
Big Blue gets back to business for the 2025 home opener at MetLife Stadium. Taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. 8:20 Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football. The Giants and the Chiefs. The home of Giants football is the Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors. Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you. They learn what is okay from the adults they see. Mommy, are you on your phone? If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 428. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. We've done a lot of baseball today. We'll start moving towards football, as obviously tomorrow is a Football Friday, week number 3 in the league where they play. Football. And obviously the Jets will be without their starting quarterback. Justin Fields has been ruled out, still in the concussion protocol. And you will get Tyrod Taylor to start the game against the Bucs down in Tampa. And like I was saying all offseason, once they signed Justin Fields, I was kind of under the camp of, let's be honest, I don't think there's much of a difference. I don't. I shouldn't say that because there's a difference. My thought would have been, I don't see the Jets winning or losing any more or less games depending on which one of those quarterbacks plays the season. Like, that's how I felt. I felt they had Tyrod Taylor already on the team. Signing Justin Fields didn't impact wins or losses. That's how I felt. I am not a big Justin Fields guy. He played incredibly well in week 1. Better than I thought he was capable of playing, quite honest. That's how impressed I was with week 1. And then week 2, we saw a lot of the same things that have been an issue for him his entire career. Consistency, inability to throw accurate footballs, quite honestly. And I know there's not a lot of wide receivers. I understand everything about this team. That's why I don't know if any of it made sense. And the one thing I'll say now that might differ from my original opinion, I suppose, after watching the games the first 2 weeks is Tyrod Taylor is not, a statue, but he is not a mobile quarterback in the same vein as Justin Fields as of right now. And it feels like to have an offense like they did in week 1 and to go down to Tampa and beat this Bucs team and keep up with that offense who's going to throw the football down the field and Baker Mayfield is going to, rip your guts out if you give him the chance, as tough as he's proven to be over the last 2 years down in Tampa. The run game and the ability of the quarterback to be a part of it feels so important to having a functioning offense the way the Jets want to run it that I am concerned. But as far as throwing of the football, as far as, Garrett Wilson having a big day, as far as hitting the tight ends, as far as operating the offense outside of the run game, I think Tyrod Taylor's as competent or more so than Justin Fields. And I think you could, it's one of those things where I don't know how much different I feel about this team. I don't know how much better I would feel about this team going to Tampa if Justin Fields was healthy. And as far as that goes, I know I made a couple of subtle jokes, and even Aaron Glenn wanted to talk about it and call Tyrod Taylor not a celebrity quarterback, which feels like sort of a shot back at Aaron Rodgers, who had things to say after beating the Jets in week number 1. But, we talked about when I was spinning the wheel of quarterbacks all offseason, trying to find a quarterback better than Aaron Rodgers for the Jets to sign. All the pushback I got was, bro, he's 100 years old. He'll never stay healthy the whole year. Well, running quarterbacks have that issue too in the NFL. Quarterbacks who take a pounding, quarterbacks just in general. How many backup quarterbacks are playing this week? Like, how many backup quarterbacks are playing this week? 6? Obviously, including Tyrod Taylor. So, and we'll get to some of the sound and some of the things the coach had to say in a little bit. But as far as winning the football game, I'm not sure how it impacts it. I don't think all that much. And if they play well, and here's the other thing, and I heard, Evan talking about this, and I completely agree with him. Like, if you're going to talk about culture, and you're going to talk about building a winning culture, and you're going to talk about accountability and everything else, and I know you don't want to lose your position based on an injury. If Tyrod Taylor goes out there and they perform well with him and amazingly enough win a football game, there is no decision. There's nothing to think about. There's no decision to be made. If they play well, Tyrod Taylor is the quarterback of the New York Jets for as long as they play well. That's got to be what it's about. It can't be about the contract you gave a young kid. It can't be about, finding out what you have here. It can't be about, is he the future? It's got to be about the right now. It's got to be about what gives you the best chance to win. And if you go win a football game or, put up points and play well against Tampa, and Tyrod Taylor plays well, then he's your quarterback. My only fear is the same thing I have about Justin Fields and what we saw as the backup of the New York Giants is, can Tyrod Taylor stay healthy? Unfortunately, this guy gets hurt constantly. Some of it his fault. Not his fault. Some of it completely not his fault with, pain or, injections piercing his lungs and some of the stuff that's gone on in his career. But just the way he plays the game, he has not. That's how we know who Tommy DeVito is, because Tyrod Taylor could not stay healthy. And that's the one fear of having him as your backup quarterback. In the room, excellent. On the team, excellent. On the roster, excellent. Knowing what he is, who he is, and doing everything he can to help the starting quarterback, excellent. Step in, play well, excellent. Understand this league, won in this league, been a starter in this league. It's as good a backup as you can have. And that's why I'm not overly pessimistic about their chances any more than I would have been if Justin Fields plays. But the problem is, I don't trust him to stay healthy either. Not in a game, not in a stretch of games, not for a quarter. I have no idea. He has been unable to stay on the field. But he's going to throw the ball down the field a hell of a lot more accurately than Justin Fields does. He's going to present problems to a defense that Justin Fields does not. He's going to also be limited in presenting problems that Justin Fields does. So we'll see. But ultimately, again, for a team that I'm not sure we had playoff aspirations for a team that I never once believed signed their future quarterback when they brought in Justin Fields, I don't think this is a situation where I feel any different about heading into this third game of the season with Fields or with Taylor. I don't. Other than the run game and how they want to operate and what they've built and the offense they built can't be done the same. But again, it's more about seeing this defense. To me, the way they played the first couple weeks, and we'll play a cut of Allen that just, Aaron Glenn makes me just laugh. But this defense has got to be a hell of a lot better. And Baker Mayfield and this passing attack is explosive. And if they're in a game, which I suspect they will be, because I don't think Tampa Bay is good enough to just blow them out. At least I don't suspect that. If they find themselves in a game, this defense is going to have to stop Baker Mayfield going up and down the field. That's what I'm looking for, because offensively, I have no idea what we're going to see. I have no faith that we're going to see anything of significance. I don't think we're going to see anything to make me think they can put up legitimate points. It's going to be about this defense and how they play. I mean, Tyrod Taylor should be able to limit the turnovers. I mean, that's what I would tell him. Go out there. We're going to try and pound the rock. Absolutely. We're going to try and run the football. Don't turn it over. And our defense better play their ass off for the first time this year. And hopefully Baker Mayfield, who's a little bit of a gunslinger out there, makes a couple of mistakes. And Sauce Gardner can play a hell of a lot better and more like he did in week 1 than week 2. And for maybe the second time in his career, get an interception. 888-808-1019. Let's go to the calls. We go to Bob and Edison. What's up, Bob?
Morning, Chris. How you doing?
Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Morning, Chris. How you doing?
Can
you hear me?
Yeah, no, I do. I feel like I'm in echo. You said the exact same thing. Good, Bob. How are you?
Good. I want to talk Aaron Glenn.
Okay.
I've been a diehard degenerate Jet fan for 55 years. No expectations at all this year, but I wanted to see if Aaron Glenn can erase the losing culture, the losing stench of this organization. Because, let's be honest, it's been not bad, it's been brutal.
Yeah.
And week 2, it was only 1 week, but it scares the bejesus out of me for a number of reasons. A, the team didn't come to play. B, his talk about accountability really goes out the window when he brought Michael Clemens back in after his egregious penalty.
Yeah.
And his feel of the game when he refused to go for it on 4th and 1 in the second half.
Yeah.
Is alarming. And his answer to that, at the post-game press conference, I mean, he has to be better than that. I mean, Jed, listen, like I said, I'm a diehard. I'm not just a casual fan. It was alarming. I mean, there was no difference between what he did and Bowles and Gase and Saleh.
No.
I'm even going to put Ulrich.
Yeah, I mean, and thank you for the call, Bob. That's probably an unfair. Ulrich was in over his skis and was asked to also still be the defensive coordinator. He's in a tough spot, but clearly wasn't up for it. I agree with you. I think week 1, we saw a lot of promise. Week 2 looked exactly the same as we've seen prior. His decision not to go for it and punt that football is something we have seen from the Jets coaching staff for a long time. And again, I think this is an example. Now, I'm sure many people can point to other examples of where accountability really made an impact, but I'm not saying accountability isn't important. Obviously, accountability is important. But look what happened. After game 1, where you lost a heartbreaker that you had every opportunity to win the game. And you lost it because of a fumble. You lost it because of a bad penalty. You lost it for the same reasons you've been losing games for forever. Even though it looked promising, even though it was an offensive explosion for the Jets and one none of us really saw coming, and they played extremely well, they still lost in the same manner that the Jets have lost so many games over the last decade. And in the postgame, to make the comments about accountability, and if you're not here, if you aren't helping us, you're not going to be here and all that. And then to stamp those words and to cut Gibson and to send the guy who cost you the game packing and make it very clear mistakes will not be tolerated. Accountability. And then they show up and give you that effort. After all the talk, after all the accountability, after all the culture building, after everything, after we're not going to tolerate people who don't help us win, and here's proof, sending shockwaves through the locker room. Oh, man, this guy's serious. I better go out there and play. That's the effort you got the following week. Accountability is important. It is not a cure-all. It is not the answer. It is not nearly as important as so many of you seem to think. It isn't. It's not you can have plenty of accountability and be a lousy football team, and the Jets proved it on Sunday. Now, I know we all want, Michael Clemens cut as well to further go the accountability. And, the coach is talking about his body build and, he's the perfect body build for a football player and, they'll work on it. It's easy to cut the 18th string wide receiver who occasionally returns kicks for you. That's easy to cut. And you can't just keep cutting people. But amazingly enough, accountability didn't just magically produce an excellent product on the field. And it didn't keep guys from making mistakes or getting their ass kicked. But you talk about the coach, he said a couple of things over the last couple of days. I want to play one that just, because it's not to just get on him. It's funny a little bit, and it's just talk. It doesn't mean anything. Like the other day, we didn't get this one lined up, but he was talking about the building process and the Legos, and it's Coach, what are we talking about? It's about winning football games, and nobody thought, so play that one. We'll play that one first, and then we'll play the other one about, how fast ships turn around. But here's the one with the Lego.
To the fans, everybody expects this, when you just start, okay, we're going to the Super Bowl. But we've all played Legos before. And we all know that, man, you have to make sure everything is aligned, and you keep stacking it day by day by day. And to me, that's how I look at it.
First of all, you play with Legos. You don't just play Legos. It's not a game, but that's nitpicking and just me being a jerk. But Like,
if you really want to nitpick, I don't think Legos is the plural.
Yeah, it's just Lego. Yeah. No, I mean, but honestly, no one expected you to win a Super Bowl. No one knew, and we'll get to the next cut where he talks about how long it takes the ships turn around. Like, no one expected this team to suddenly win 10, 11 games. We knew it was a process. What we thought was eliminated, or what the fans expected from you, Coach, is to not have the performances that we've seen time and time again over the last decade, and that garbage football we saw on Sunday. I thought we all could expect competitive football on a weekly basis, not to win every game, but to build on things, to build on the positives and continue to eliminate the negatives as the season went along. And maybe we were all, spoiled with the first performance of the year and that offensive performance you got against Pittsburgh. But to follow it up with that crap, no one's talking playoffs, but you can't get worse as the season goes along. And you can't continue to give us garbage football. And that was every bit garbage football against the Bills. Every bit. And so now this was him this week talking, in euphemisms and this was yesterday and saying things that, like, what are we talking about?
Big ships turn slow. All right. So, man, every day we're going to chop wood to make sure we get the way we need to get it to. And I'm not expecting this to be just the wholesale turn of events and things are just going to be like, we'll be the number one defense in the league. But the thing that we're going to do, we're going to focus on those things we have to do to get better.
Yeah, we get it. We get it. Don't expect miracles. We get it. We get it. He's really laying that on thick. We get it. Big ships turn slow. We're going to chop wood. We get it. And maybe we'll see that. Maybe we'll see this week down in, for the first road game of the year, bonding as a team on the road, going down to Tampa and playing well with a team that's 2-0, and it's hard to win 3 games in a row in this league. So maybe we will see better. But we get it, Coach. No one's expecting a Super Bowl run. We're expecting competent football. We're expecting you to know you can't punt down 20 points in the fourth quarter on 4th and 1. That's what we're expecting. And, no one cares about, he's either giving you, I got to watch the tape, or he's giving you analogies of ships. And, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. Bottom line is, we can criticize all the comments in the world. The team has to be better. And now he's playing without a starting quarterback. He's playing without the offense that they designed, which was so successful in week 1 and so miserable in week 2. He's got to go out there with Tyrod Taylor and find a way to go play a good game against Tampa Bay, and that will shut everybody up. And no one will talk about his ship analogies, and no one will talk about him calling Tyrod Taylor a non-celebrity quarterback, trying to get back at Aaron Rodgers, who, by the way, is still healthy and playing in week 3. Go out there and play a competent football game. And it's really the same thing for the Giants, too. No one, even though this has been a 4-year ship trying to turn around, they've been trying to turn this ship around for 4 years out in, with the Giants. No one's expecting a Super Bowl run, but what you can have is what the Jets did. You can't have a week and a game against the Cowboys that, yes, ended in heartbreak, yes, ended with another 60-plus yard field goal as time expired in regulation to break your heart, unlike any other team has had to experience. You can't follow up that offensive performance where Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards. You can't follow up that and get absolutely your doors blown off. I don't care who you're playing. I don't care if it's the Chiefs. I don't care if it's the Eagles. I don't care if it's the undefeated Patriots. I don't care who it is. You got to find a way to build off of last week at the bare minimum. 888-808-1019. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
You got to ramp up your defense. You got to get them all over the opposing quarterback. And I know it's easier for me to say this after the fact and fans that feel this way after the fact, because if you do blitz and you do expose one of your defensive backs and CeeDee Lamb's running for a touchdown, you're going to get screamed at either way.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to Boomer and Gio for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Hardy, Jim Bob World Tour coming to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, September 24th. From our friends at Live Nation, to purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, just a couple minutes here, rapid fire style. Let's get to the calls as quickly as we can. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
So condescending, correcting 2 times today on the show. Chris, I know you don't like your opinion challenged, but that's what we do.
Of course,
you're going to talk about tanking in a couple of weeks. And
for the Giants, I don't think so. No, not for the Giants. For the Jets, maybe yes.
Okay, hold on. Here's the logic. If they go 0-6, right, you'll say they don't need to tank because of Jackson Daw. But where you're wrong is, what about the left tackle? You act like you only tank to get a quarterback.
Yeah, it's the main reason. It's the main reason.
You need a left tackle. You need an offensive line.
I understand that. I understand that. They drafted 7th overall with Evan Neal.
You need a new GM then, don't you, Chris?
I mean, I guess we'll find out. I don't know.
And the last thing.
Yeah.
The last thing is, at face value, a kicker in this league is more important than like a linebacker, right? You see every game. There's always
I hear what you're saying, yeah.
I'm talking about an all-star kicker. So here's my thing. I did this on my 11 online groups, and I really want to know what you thought. Brandon Aubrey. Here's how valuable he is. For the rest of this year, you can keep him, right? Or you have Micah Parsons. I'm just trying to make a point.
Oh, no. I'd rather have Micah Parsons.
Really?
Yeah, I'd rather have Micah Parsons. And I didn't cut you off early. I want to try and get as many calls as I can. And the other reason why it's not just about necessarily tanking for a quarterback or no other positions, because we've seen it, right? What's his name with Washington? Chase Young. There was the tank for Chase Young. We've seen edge rushers, if there was but it's more about with the Giants, I wouldn't root for tanking because I want to see the young kid win. I want to see Jackson Dart come in, play well, and win football games. That's why I won't be rooting for tanking necessarily with the Giants. It's not just that they don't need a quarterback. It's that the quarterback's going to play. I want to see him play well. The Jets is a different story. Richie in Queens. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Chris. How are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
All right, this Met thing is going to obviously go down. I mean, it looks like the American League, it looks like Cleveland's making a move, might be too late.
Yeah, they've won really 6 in a row, and I think they've won something like 12 out of 14 or something.
Yeah, they've made a big move. Sometimes it's just too late. And then you got 3 in vying, and in the National League. So, it's a big start for Tom today. I don't know what we see with him. The kid was very emotional. I don't know how he handled it. Hey, listen, real quick with the Giants. I like what I saw offensively. You know how the dynamics change so drastically, Chris, with getting the ball on the 35 and these guys kicking 70-yard field goals?
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be like you get the ball at the 25, you got to get down to the 40 of the other team to maybe get a 57-yard field goal. Now it's 70, and I thought that they played so terribly defensively. They were very soft. And you know what? I'm tired of, they should have won. It was a great game, but that would have been such a dynamic win for them. So now we're going against KC, and the bottom line is KC going to be 0-3 versus the Giants.
It's very hard to think that. It's very hard to think that. And my only pushback, and it's not even a pushback because I agree with what you just said, but the only thing that's you said it would have been an exhilarating win, but I'm so tired of this and the defense play. If he misses the 64-yard field goal, we're all celebrating. That's the difference. He makes a great kick. Oh, my God, the Giants are the Giants. He misses that kick. Woo-hoo, they beat the Cowboys. Can you believe this crap? It is that fine a line. But I don't disagree with you. I'm sick of the losing. And, for a couple of days, I felt like, hey, as bad as it was, at least we saw some offense. And it's hard not to feel that way. That's the low bar they have set. And they better come out and show me the same. It better look. I understand it's a better defense and certainly a better defensive coordinator. Like, they better come out and at least look like a football team. I want a competitive football game. I don't care who it's against. I want a competitive football game. No one's expecting them to win, but show me a competitive football game against the Chiefs, who aren't the same, by the way. Mitchell and Fort Lee, my man Mitch. What's up, Mitch?
Hello, Big Mac. First of all, how did the kids like the baseball when you came
They
on the
loved
next
them.
one?
Thank you so much. Yep. No, they both have them. They're on the dressers in their bedroom.
That's great. Number 2, with the Yankees, Big Mac. Joe, they think baseball should be ashamed of themselves for how they're starting the playoffs in October. It's a Jewish holiday, and it's really wrong that they're playing on the most holiest holiday for the Jewish people. It's really wrong.
I didn't even. I gotta look into that. I guess they are. What day are they starting? Monday or Tuesday is the first game of the wild card. Tuesday wild card. Yeah. Well, the players can't control that. The Yankees can't control that. We can't control that. So that's the first time I'm hearing that. I'll look into it. Thanks for calling, Mitch. Right as the music, that's become a tradition. Mitch yelling over the music. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Tomorrow's a football Friday. I'll be with you at 2 o'clock to do it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Warm-up show's next. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
101.9 FM.
Sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Moderna. David Peterson unable to keep the momentum going for the Mets, serving up a Manny Machado grand slam as he was tagged for 6 runs over 5 as the Padres beat the Mets 7-4. Peterson's struggles continue, sporting an ERA now of 7.59 over his last 8 starts.
When he's at his best, he's getting a lot of ground balls. He's inducing weak contact. He's using all of his pitches. When he's ahead, he's able to get swing and misses with the secondary pitches, and we haven't seen that here for quite a bit. So, we got to get him right.
4 solo shots for the Mets run. Starling Marte, Francisco Alvarez, Pete Alonso, and Juan Soto is 41st. And the Diamondbacks lost. Giants and Reds won, so Mets a game and a half up on Arizona, 2 on both the Giants and Reds. Meanwhile, Trent Grisham's monster year with no end in sight. 2 more homers, gives him 33 on the year. He knocked in 4 as the Yankees ripped the Twins 10-5. Cody Bellinger went deep. Aaron Judge a 3-hit night as the Bombers overcame a rough night for Luis Gil. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 walks over just 4 2/3. Bombers now within 4 games of the Blue Jays while holding a 2-game lead on both the Mariners and Red Sox for the top wild card. And it'll be Tyrod Taylor for the Jets Sunday against the Bucks. Justin Fields officially ruled out, still in concussion protocol. And this report is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm, lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. 66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
And good morning to you. What is it, Thursday? It is Thursday. If I'm talking first, that means no Jerry. But Jerry will be here. In fact, he's in the WFAN bullpen right now, warming up to fill in for Boomer Esiason today, as you'll get Gio and Jerry for 4 hours. We've got Eddie here. We've got CeeLo in for Jerry. Good morning, CeeLo.
Good morning, Al. Good to see you, my man.
I always like to, like yesterday, where I was like, oh, I got CeeLo tomorrow. I hope something controversial happens so I can ask him about it. And then
back him up into a corner.
Yeah, and then I wake up to see Jimmy Kimmel's been canceled, which is tremendous.
Yeah.
This is a complicated one as far as my media notes goes. This is a complicated one. This whole that ABC has indefinitely canceled Jimmy Kimmel because of his comments in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination. And it gets very complicated because of, freedom of speech.
Sure.
Trump commenting on it. Also, ABC
being under the guise of the FCC like we are because we are public airwaves. It's a very complicated issue.
Complicated situation?
Yeah. It's not just, hey, this is a free speech. Oh, doesn't he have freedom of speech? Yes. Yes, he does.
Yeah. And we all do.
We all do. But it doesn't mean that if you say something ludicrous here, doesn't mean that WFAN can't tell you to get lost.
Correct.
That's not a freedom of speech thing. If the government comes in and tells you can't say something, that is a freedom of speech thing.
Mm-hmm.
So there are people that think, well, really what happened was, from what I'm gathering, CeeLo, I'm still in the news gathering portion of this.
Still educating yourself on the matter?
Correct. Still educating myself
By the way,
on the
just
matter.
to clarify on that, have you indefinitely canceled? Have they used the word canceled, or it's been pulled off the air for now?
He's off
right?
the air indefinitely.
Indefinitely,
it says, yes.
okay. Right. But they haven't officially said the show is canceled.
Yeah.
Got it.
So it appears that how this happened, as far as I know, is that Jimmy Kimmel made comments about the Charlie Kirk assassination where he was saying that the person who killed him was a MAGA Trump supporter.
Right. What day did those comments air, by the way?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Not sure. Which is not true. He was these guys are wacky guys, whether they support the left or the right. You go and shoot someone, you're a wacky person.
Right.
All right. So there are media groups that own television stations around the country. ABC, which Jimmy Kimmel is on, the network is owned by Disney, but ABC really only owns a couple of stations. I think they own the New York station.
You're talking about the local affiliates now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying like ABC does own like WABC New York.
Certain
ones. But for the most part around the country, there are media groups that just own a bunch of stations.
Sure.
They might own an ABC station, a CW station. Two of those groups of owners were very angry at the Jimmy Kimmel comments and decided on the stations I own, Jimmy Kimmel no longer is going to be on my stations, which I own. I carry ABC programming. I'm choosing not to carry Jimmy Kimmel show anymore because of his comments. So then I guess ABC said, hey, enough of these stations don't want it. We're going to cancel it.
Yeah.
But during all of that, the head of the FCC, which is a government agency, said they were going to look into Jimmy Kimmel's comments.
Okay.
That's where it gets a little tricky here.
Like as in the FCC, but the FCC can't force ABC to put it back on, can they?
No, they're anti Jimmy Kimmel.
The
right
FCC.
Now. Correct. Well, that's what they're looking into.
Okay.
But so that makes it look like the government, Donald Trump, is pulling Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
Okay.
This is where it gets very cloudy.
All right.
Because Donald Trump then took to Twitter.
Shocker.
I mean, this tweet is
from
hilarious.
the UK, right? Because wasn't he at a state dinner last night there?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see any of those videos? The pomp and circumstance?
No,
with the prince over there? Or is he king? I've lost track.
You know what? I blew through those things. So, like, when they're on my timeline.
Dovetails and the white tux and everything.
Yeah, I'm like, not interested. Right. Okay. So these are some notes I wrote. It just says Jimmy Kimmel pulled off the air indefinitely over his controversial Charlie Kirk remarks. Next Star Media Group objected to his comments, as did Sinclair.
These are the media groups that are owning the affiliates.
Prior to the show being pulled, FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr threatened to launch an official probe into Kimmel and his comments, where he alleged the killer of Charlie Kirk was a supporter of MAGA.
Right.
Then I wrote this note also. Having an FCC license, as we do, as ABC does, comes with an obligation to operate in the public interest. That's where it gets very tricky here, CeeLo.
Mm-hmm.
But your boy Donald Trump tweeted...
Come on.
I mean, this is unbelievable. Imagine, like, you're one of these people and the president is saying this about you. Quote, Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible.
All right.
That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC.
Do it as in take them off the air?
Take them off the air as well.
Oh, boy.
It's not good when the government decides what should be on the air or not. I got no problem with the Next Star people, the people who own, say, I don't want to run this Jimmy Kimmel anymore. I don't like what he stands for. But when the government starts getting involved, it gets very tricky. And I don't like that.
Look at you.
Well, I don't.
I'm kind of impressed.
But I also must say that Howard Stern fought the FCC for many, many years. And they tried to do things like when then Infinity Broadcasting wanted to buy more radio stations. The government was holding that up with their Howard Stern investigations for language, which is not good. So it's funny that all these years later, Howard Stern, Jimmy Kimmel, they all want people canceled and lose their jobs for not taking a COVID shot. And they were thrilled when Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox. Now it's you. So hard to feel sorry for him, but I also don't like the government involvement with these sorts of things.
To circle back on the Trump tweet,
yes.
Where do you, and this is
total losers,
slightly unrelated, but
all right,
just
these are
a little different spin on it.
Media notes.
Where do you stand on the Trump Twitter /X account and all these social media posts that he makes? Like, he's got someone on. Is he dictating these? Like, take this note or like jot this down. How do you think that's?
That's a good question.
Right? There's no way he's sitting there on a phone.
He might.
No way. Come on. I feel like I saw.
Past him.
I feel like I saw a clip somewhere. Maybe it was around the election where they had some sort of camera crew following him around, and they were giving you some behind the scenes access. And I feel like I saw a clip of him dictating to like, "Here's what I want you to post."
Okay.
But imagine having that job.
So I'm calling Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers total losers.
Right, yeah. Just to clarify, this is what you want me to hit send on.
Yeah.
Right? Like they type it out and they show it to him and he gives go ahead, post it.
Or he'll say like, put that word in all caps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The punctuation, exclamation points, all caps, all that. Yeah.
So this is very interesting. It's going to dominate your news if you read or watch the news, and it's going to dominate your timelines.
Yeah, my timeline, I need...
It needs a cleansing?
I don't even know what to call it, but I went down such a Charlie Kirk assassination rabbit hole.
Yeah.
That, my For You is just that and both sides of politics. Sports is gone from the For You for now.
Well, it's funny because people have said that, like, I'm on sports back on my timeline.
Yeah.
My timeline and my For You is a mixture of all the political stuff and then the Mets. I must follow enough Mets people.
I haven't changed. I haven't followed anyone new out of what happened in Utah.
Yeah.
It's just, I guess I went searching for and consumed so much that the algorithm has been thrown out of whack. And I'm at a point now where it's like, this is out of control and this needs to be fixed. I don't know. I guess just over time, it'll slowly go back to what I'm used to. But because I often, obviously you can go to the following section and you get your chronological tweets. But, I'm not locked into Twitter all day long. So like this morning, it's like, all right, let me see any good audio out there, sports, anything I missed. And I'm just going through the For You and it's just politics. And it's too much.
Yeah. And the problem is like each side and like this is a topic that will just dominate the day.
Sure.
And it's going to get so convoluted on both ends.
Well, that's the problem. Everything is...
People will dig up everything Jimmy Kimmel ever said to get someone fired. Mm-hmm. But then you got the whole other area of you can't have the government throw you off the air.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jimmy Kimmel didn't threaten anybody.
No.
He just has an opinion, which is I don't even know if it's an opinion at that point. If you're saying this person believes this and there's no proof of that, it's weird. It is.
And the whole thing started with him, as usual, poking fun at Trump with the clip from the day after or whatever, 2 days after, where they ask him how he's doing. He's like, I'm pretty good or something along those lines. Then he immediately transitions to the construction of the ballroom there at the White House or whatever. It's like, so that was to me the typical late night jabbing the politician, president, whoever, which we've come to, accept for many years, whether it be late night television, whether it be Saturday Night Live. That's commonplace.
Yes.
But the comment about the alleged.
Yeah, so this is a tricky one, man.
Yeah.
And this is very fascinating to me because in my years at Indiana State, and trust me, I did not need to earn a master's degree, but it was free, so I went. But I spent my years there, all of my papers and things I did. You know, you could focus on things you wanted to focus on.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. I did almost everything on Howard Stern versus the FCC. So I'm very interested in this as a topic. It just gets it was very tricky back then, and it's very tricky now.
But now, as far as ABC's decision, like, was it really the FCC, or was it not these small